You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Hey, good Sunday morning. Welcome to Bassmaster Live and welcome to Championship Sunday. 2026, the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite, the third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series on a place where the elites have never been before, the Tennessee-Tombigbee River, as it flows through Mississippi and into Alabama. A unique fishery. It is river fishing, to be sure. It is a hard-fought battle for each and every fish here. It's a challenging fishery, but the catching has been great, and getting some weight is the big mission for all of these anglers throughout 3 days of fishing so far. We started with a 101, and we are down to 10 on this final day, and takeoff is underway at the Columbus Marina in Columbus, Mississippi here, our fantastic host city. And if you've been watching the elites anytime in the past, decade and a half, you know the name Jason Christie. And he is the man with the lead on top. Seth Feider there, another name you'll know from all those years, is in third place, about 2-3 pounds behind Jason Christie. And wedged between them, Wesley Gore, the fourth-year elite angler who has been putting on a great show for us here. Great crowds here, beautiful, beautiful spot, and lots of backwaters and a sort of an engineering marvel of a shipping canal, basically, that takes the water from mid-America all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. We have got these 10, a great field of 10, lots of variety in that. Below those top three, well, we've got Dakota Ebare right behind. And Dakota Ebare is getting ready to go, and he sees this as a great opportunity. He had a great showing at the Classic, and he'd like to continue that momentum today on the Tennessee-Tombigbee.
Man, it is a beautiful day here at the Tombigbee Championship Sunday, man. Just thankful to be here. It's been a bit of a grind at times this week, but it's been a lot of fun, man. And to be here on Championship Sunday, fishing against some of the legends of the sport. I mean, Jason Christie's leading this thing. I mean, who else? I mean, one of the most iconic shallow water power fishermen ever in the history of our sport. You know, he's leading this tournament. We got an opportunity to win. You know, if you're going to beat somebody, you want to beat the best, and he is that. So I'm excited about the opportunity, and we're 5 bites away. You know, it's going to be tough, and if we're going to win this thing, we're probably not going to have to. We're not going to be able to fish for quantity. We're going to have to fish for quality, and it's going to have to step there super shallow and really fish methodically and pick things apart. But I think I've got an area that has the potential to do that, so we're going to give it all we got, man, and good Lord willing, we'll catch 5 big ones by the end of the day.
What would a win mean for you? Man,
it would be so awesome to bring that blue trophy back home to Bowen and Shelby. You know, we just had our first child last week, Bowen, Cade, and I miss him like crazy, and I'd love to bring that blue trophy back to him, you know. So nonetheless, I'm just excited about getting to see him tomorrow. So it's going to be a good day either way, and just thankful to be here.
Yeah, starting day off, I'm in 9th, but I'm not too far out of, 4th, 5th, like about a pound. I got a couple things going for me. There's a big creek down here that I knew there was going to be a lot of checks cashed in. There was a lot of bites in there. I try to stay out of it most of the week, and it kind of hurt me, but it helped me because I did make the top 10. But it's got a lot of pressure. A lot of fish have got caught out of there. But there's been probably the best slew on the whole chain as far as numbers. So I got it to myself today. I'm going to try to go in there, capitalize, maybe catch a limit. I had the quickest limit yesterday. So I know I was doing the right thing. But a lot of fish have been caught out of there. And then we're going to kind of just roll the dice and try to find a big one somewhere, random. It's just been fished hard, real hard. So there's not many fish left, and a lot of the good stuff is kind of dried up. So we'll see how it goes today.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's pretty cold this morning, but I don't know how many bites I'm going to get, but hopefully 5. I only had 5 keeper bites yesterday and caught them all. So we're going to fish a little bit of new water today and fish some places that I fished previous days. We don't have much wind right now, which is good. There was a lot of wind yesterday, which stirred up a lot of water, made it tough to fish some places. So I think less wind will be helpful today for me. So we're just going to go have fun, no stress, go out there and try to catch a big bag.
Man, today's just going to be about having fun, really. I mean, today is no pressure whatsoever. And really this whole week has kind of been like that for me. Like, I had a pretty tough practice. I wasn't on a whole lot. So I'm like, man, whatever I get blessed enough to catch, I'm happy with. And it's just, I've stayed calm this whole week, just fish slow and took my time. And today's going to be all about staying in productive water where I know there's a lot of fish. I'm going to try to get on some release fish because there's been a huge population of fish released in this little area right here. I mean, over 1,000 fish in the last couple of days. So just going to stay in productive water. I got some little finessey things I'll be doing today. Going behind a lot of people power fishing with like a little drop shot, and hopefully have a really good day. I look forward to it. It's a beautiful day. It's not near as windy, and just going to go try to catch about 18 or 19 pounds and win this thing. It's anybody's ball game today. So that's what's awesome about this one. 10th place has actually got a shot this time.
So plan today is to go back up to Aberdeen. It's been so good to us up there. There's no reason to stop now. We're going to mix in some new water. We're going to reverse our order, and we're going to do that little sneaky riprap to try to get some spotted bass. 15 to 17 pounds today, and we got a chance.
What a crew, what a top 10. A lot of different segments of the elite community featured there. Some storied veterans, some rising stars for the last several years, and some of the young guns as well. And we can't wait for it to get started today. And Davey Height, sometimes we come into a close tournament, the top 10 is out there, and we say, gosh, anybody could win. Yeah, except maybe those 2 or 3 guys down there. No, I think we got a legitimate top 10 where anyone could find a pathway.
Yes, I totally agree, Tommy. Mark Menendez proved it yesterday with that 6-pounder. He moved up like 35, 40 places with one fish catch. And we have just 10 anglers here today, and any one of those 10 could certainly hold a blue trophy over their head this afternoon. Here's the thing, though. You couldn't pick a better variety of anglers that we have. We have some of the best closers in the business. We've got some young anglers. We just saw Tucker Smith, Cole Sands. We've got some anglers that are very, very good young anglers, and we've got some older anglers. Mark Menendez right there with him. Jason Christie, one of the best closers there is. Him and Seth Feider being in the same area fishing against one another, just that is going to be so entertaining to watch today.
Absolutely, and in a place that's probably looks small, is smaller than it looks on TV. I mean, this is going to be stadium fishing right here. This is going to be a battle in not the squared circle, but the circled square this time around.
Yeah, and we've heard a lot of people say if either one of those anglers, as good as they are, had that area to themselves, they could probably win there. Will it keep either one of them from winning because they're both there? That would be kind of disappointing, but it's going to be really, really good. It might be a little smack talking in there. We see Jason Christie, just a short ride. He's already there. We're going to see him and Seth fishing real soon.
Flat, calm water here, different from yesterday. Our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us 74 degrees. Perfect weather today. Mostly sunny, not even just a wisp of a chance of rain here. They say wind at 12 miles an hour. It certainly hasn't arrived yet, and we've been watching that run. Jason Christie all the way from the takeoff to this spot where he's going to share with Seth Feider. And Ronnie, there are other guys who are not staying in the Columbus pool. We got some locking. That's a bit of a risk to take on, but some of those guys down below have to take on some risk today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of do you stay close with a lot of pressure, or do you go far, risk your fishing time and getting back every day, but have less pressure in your areas? It's worked for Iaconelli, it's worked for some other anglers, but these two guys by far have the best place going. Now, how they managed today, Seth Feider said, I'm not going to poke the bear on purpose. We'll let a fish spin him out, not my words. We'll see if a catch can make it happen.
It's chilly. Water's cooled off a good bit, which is kind of expected. I think when we got in here yesterday, it was 62 after being 70 when I left the day before, and it's 60 now. So I kind of think that, anything I get before, as far as quality fish, anything I get before 10 or 11 is probably going to be a bonus. Just going to do circles around my pond here. And it's one of those deals where they're going to bite or they ain't. I'm not going to go run. I got no other place I'd rather be right now than right here. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to do some circles and slow roll the old spinner bait, and we're going to see what happens.
In here, put a better one on. That thing was kind of beat, that one I had.
Coming to us live, do you want to talk about how you're feeling this morning?
Yeah, feeling good. I ain't had a bite yet, just got in here. The water temp didn't drop near as bad tonight as it did last night, so hoping they bite a little earlier. It was pretty slow in here yesterday morning, then once that sun got up and started warming the water, they started biting a little better, so hopefully we don't have to wait them out as long today, and we can get the party started right away. But I don't know if there's enough left in here, but we're gonna find out. Good, best I slept all week. No pressure really. We're not leading. Even if we blank, we still finish in the top 10. Nothing to do but win, you know. I don't know.
Nothing to do but win. Seth Feider and Jason Christie reached a gentleman's agreement on day number 2 about this place. This side's your side, that side's my side. Seems to still be in place here. I think one of the stipulations yesterday was the first one to catch 15 pounds would take his leave, and I think Jason Christie honored that.
He did that, and Seth Feider was able to upgrade quite a bit after Jason Christie left. So good to see two anglers be able to work things out and share this area together. Two of the best in the business, that's for sure. Seth Feider, former Angler of the Year, Jason Christie, Classic champion, and it's going to be a fun day watching these two go at it. Along with the other 8 anglers, there again, these are not the only 2 that have a chance to win. All 10 of our anglers fishing today could win. I think we talked about that, and I can honestly say that that is the case.
Kind of funny yesterday that Feider did grouse that Christie may have had the better side as far as wind and conditions and muddiness, and I found that pretty humorous.
It's always greener on the other side, Such. There's always more fish just right over there where you can't get to.
And genuinely, this whole region belongs to both of them. But for folks at home, being able to know where your opponent's starting so that you know you're not expecting, I'm going to start on that stump, and he pulls up on that stump, and you're both there. Knowing you have this side, he has this side to at least initially start, and then as the fish catching happens and as the wind changes and the day goes on, everybody mixes in, all right, you pass by and fish. But the peace of mind of I can start my day on a stretch that I know someone else isn't immediately fishing, that's very helpful for these anglers.
There's the other part of the story right there. The locks. The locks.
Well, they are blocked right now.
Yeah, and they are blocked in the lock right now. Of course, several anglers each day going both north and south. Some of them from multiple locks. We don't know exactly who's going where today. But there's Dakota Ebare.
Y'all can hear the lock alarm going off. That means they're sucking us down, bringing the level back to the, I think it's about 20-foot drop to the next pool.
They want to make your plan.
And we're going to start off probably right here at the lock, try to see if we can catch a couple nice ones, and then run down to where we've been fishing. It's just Jordan and I today, so that's kind of cool. A lot less traffic going up and down the river, so that'll be really nice. Him and I will pretty much have free reign to kind of move around, do what we need to do to try to catch a big bag today. So it's gonna be fun. It's a beautiful morning. I mean, absolutely beautiful morning. But I definitely feel like, you know, I need to do exactly what I was doing when I caught the big bag today if I'm gonna have a chance to win. You know, I think I can catch some pretty decent fish on the main river, but them big ones are kind of in them pre-spawn staging areas, I feel like, and I'm gonna need to focus on that if I'm gonna have a chance of winning this thing. It's anybody's game today. I mean, whoever catches the biggest bag today has a really good chance of winning. So we're gonna give it all we got.
Dakota Ebare in 4th place. The 6 below him are all within a pound, just ounces apart. That's how close it is here. This has been a great day, a great battle. I think we'll have more favorable conditions than we had yesterday. Time will tell on that one, and we've got anglers fishing now and anglers waiting at this point. We'll be back to commence for them. The Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite, Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Mountain Dew. Championship Sunday, good Sunday morning. If you're just picking up with us here, we got 10 anglers. Takeoff is already complete. Some of them are already fishing. Some of them are in the locks, waiting for their turn to move up or downstream on the Tennessee-Tombigbee River. Different strategies all the way around. Lots of different ways we have seen to get the job done. Lots of great personalities in our top 10 today. There's Tucker Smith. Had a slow day to start, but he got the boat back in the right spot and got things into the top 10 during the course of 3 days of fishing. We had a front pass through yesterday, and previous to yesterday, they were dealing post-frontal conditions and lots of wind yesterday, and it looks like a little more clouds today. Davey, it could be a better fish catching day.
Yeah, one angler in particular that comes to mind is Dakota Ebare. He had that big stringer on day 2. The wind really messed with what he was trying to do yesterday. Today's forecast a lot better for him.
Home for you, John.
So you spent all days back here, you're saying?
Just on this pool I've stayed, but this has been we'll stay here till about 10, 11 o'clock probably.
You have to share this with anyone during the tournament?
Oh yeah, I figured there'd be 25 or 30 boats in here. There were 5. And then the next day there were 5 and some of them were different. Yesterday there was 3. Cole Sands has been in here. Buddy Gross was in here. Jason Williamson, Matt Airy, Brian New, but they didn't get out of bounds very good on it. I just got lucky and got me some 3-pound bites. So you're from New York?
Yeah, Oneida.
Mark Menendez at 61, the oldest of the elite anglers in this year of 2026, and what a great day. Rocketed from kind of obscurity yesterday on the strength of what was originally thought to be a 7-pounder, turned out to be a 6-pounder, but that was good enough to put him solidly into the top 10. And welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Yokohama Tires, for a live coverage of this final Championship Sunday, 3rd stop of the year. For the Elite Series, it's Ronnie Moore. I'm Tommy Sanders. The Hall of Famer Davey Hyde is here, and Mike Suchukon with us today, and it's just been a great experience for a lot of reasons. Some of these hard ones are it's you kind of have to be patient and stay with it, but the fish catching has been just enough on our show to keep us going here, and the old school shallow water techniques on display make a lot of people feel at home, very, very comfortable watching that. To start the day, Jason Christie's throwing a spinnerbait.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to admit, I enjoy watching anybody throw a spinnerbait, but especially Jason Christie. He is our leader, and he will be throwing a spinnerbait a lot today. He was swimming a jig a fair amount also yesterday, but Seth Feider right in there with him, fishing the same areas back and forth. It's going to be interesting to see those two go at it. Both of them said we're staying right here all day long. They've drawn a line. You get this side, I get this side, and we'll see what happens. It'll be very interesting, just those two. But if you look at the top 10, anyone in the top 5 has a chance just to have a better than average day to win. And anyone below that, I think they have to catch a 5-pounder, maybe even a 6-pounder like Mark Menendez did yesterday.
Ronnie, we say a lot of experience in this field. As you mentioned before we went on the air, we got 4 classic wins represented among our 10 players out there today.
Yeah, 4 classic victories, a couple AOYs, some elite titles, some college champions from the past, bracket winners as well. This is a strong top 10, dispersed ages as well, but most of them obviously of the older veteran nature. That's what we expect these next 2 events this week and the Arkansas River in April. Shallow river fishing this time of the year. Normally we go to those rivers when it's a grinding time of the year, whether it's cold earlier in the season in February or it's maybe hotter than it gets all year in July. That's normally when we visit these rivers. But going here in March and April, we get to see these fish that are early spawners. You get to see fish who haven't quite spawned yet and ones who maybe spawned a few weeks ago that are now on the shad spawn. They're biting topwater. You see a lot more baits in play, and we've seen a lot of guys have patterns rise and fall from that. We saw guys in the current with spinnerbaits and crankbaits. We've seen guys sight fishing, seen guys fishing grass in between, staying in the pool, going up or down locks. So much strategy, and we've really got a diverse top 10. And like we say, 1 6-pounder from someone like Mark Menendez and Cole Sands puts his name right in the hat of, hey, I've made up that whole gap, and now I just have to have good 4 fish after that.
And having a good, solid, larger size, regular size keepers there is going to serve someone very well today as well.
Yeah, and this tournament is set up so well. I mean, honestly, the cold front that came in yesterday, the wind that was blowing yesterday, gave a lot of these anglers a curveball, so to speak. Some adjusted to it well, some of them didn't. We saw so many changes yesterday in our top 10. It won't be that way today, but we've got 10 anglers. It's going to be fun to watch. Good conditions. It's the final day. Who can hold that blue trophy over their head?
And Suits, you work with the pure numbers all day long. You're looking at them. And yesterday it was notable that the top 5 in the top 10 that we started with yesterday were the ones who had moved up day 2 over day number 1. What does it look like today? Who's kind of got the momentum going upward, the arrow upward to start this day?
Well, that's hard to say exactly. Maybe Menendez finding the big bite yesterday. He had a 6-pounder, put it into a 7, got a little overzealous. But the interesting thing on the big showdown, the Tombigbee showdown down today, is going to be Feider and Christie in the same area to see if they've caught all the fish in there or if they can scratch out another 15-pound limit. If they don't, somebody else can slip up and find those big fish and win this title.
Well, it's a rare opportunity to get the two, almost 1 and 2, squaring off within sight of each other on the final day. That's a treat, and I can't wait to get back out there and see that play out. It was very entertaining yesterday. Ups and downs, and of course, both guys keeping an eye on the other one.
Well, we kind of got to see that at Guntersville, the first event of the season, Davey. We had a lot of anglers in the same general area, and by the end of the 4 days, none of them won, and someone by themselves far away ended up getting it done. That opens it up to maybe someone who locks today,
so
maybe a Mark Menendez, Wesley Gore can get it done.
Small change, place I was trying to fish yesterday. It's been protected from the wind, the cold wind we had yesterday. It was a north wind, but had a lot of east in it. So we're just tucked in on this east bank in the area we've been fishing. Just fished the stretch I wanted to, and we're about to make a move to where we started yesterday and fish it, and then keep bouncing around. We're doing one thing all day. If we want to win, this is what we got to do. So I'm good with it, the outcome, I'm at peace with it. So if you don't get this shot many times, I've been in the top 10 a bunch and never really had a real shot, and we got a chance. So we're going for it. All right, let's roll.
Wesley Gore's had a couple of 7th places in his career. Those are his 2 highest finishes so far. Coming off a good classic, though.
Absolutely. Today, great chance for him to have his best career finish. He's got 7ths and 8ths in the Opens and the Elite Series, a 10th in the Classic 2 weeks ago. Other than that, 7th is his highest semi-pro or pro finish. Today, Wesley Gore can get it done in a big way.
Great to have Mike Iaconelli in the field today. Had a fantastic tournament here. He's hooked up.
That's the best, the big bass. Gotta stay on there. Yeah. Yeah. 2-pound spot. I had to get below the whites. I just figured it out. The crankbait was staying too high, so I switched to a chatterbait. I had a bite and then broke that one off, and then I picked up the other chatterbait and instantly caught a 2-pounder. So they're below, and that happens a lot, guys. If you're catching white bass, the white bass are real aggressive and they're high, and a lot of times if you can drop below them. See, I didn't figure this out yesterday. Oh God, please be more there. So the thing is now, one thing I'm worried about, I don't want to lose this chatterbait. This is a special one. I'm gonna tie another one on this other rod real quick. Shit. I'm nervous. I'm shaking. I'm chewing corn on the cob, guys. Calm down, Mike. It's only a spot. Man, I love this game. This is such a great game, isn't it? It's so great, dude. I'm so wired right now. Like, there ain't nothing. Man. Whew.
Bringing the energy, bringing the instruction, sharing what he knows. That's what Ike is all about. Hey, we're shaking after a 2-pound spot. You know you are wired.
Hey, not only just an angler shaking after a 2-pound spot, this is 31st year fishing the Bassmaster tournament trail. That's pretty impressive.
And what it is, Tommy, it is a direct result of a changed decision. He hasn't gone straight to the lock. He said, I'm going to try to catch a few fish before the lock. You go and get instant results. Great job. Yesterday, a slow morning, started to get it going yesterday afternoon, and even made a great decision at the end of the day to fish by the lock, where he caught one right at the end of the day.
Yeah, very slow day for the most part yesterday. Very excited to catch every fish that he caught, though, as always. But you nailed it, Ronnie. Late in the day, he caught a couple of fish. Cranking these rocks. Right here's one with just a minute or so left to go that really got him in the top 10. So that's why he's starting where he is this morning, fishing those main waterway rocks and ledges, that sort of thing. So the one thing I don't understand, and I usually understand everything these anglers do, I've done it a long time, why he's not going to throw the special chatterbait on his final year, making a top 10 on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
I don't want to lose.
What's he saving it for?
Hey, we want to say Mike Iaconelli sometimes lays it on thick with how excited he is. That fish, that 2-pounder, he would have been down in the 20s if he didn't catch that fish at the end of yesterday.
Absolutely. Going to have fun today with Iaconelli and the rest of our top 10 Championship Sunday on the Tennessee-Tombigbee. The NASCAR Cup Series rolls into the Paperclip in Martinsville, where everyone's going to be trying to slow down the red-hot Tyler Reddick. The pre-race begins at 2 Eastern, with the green flag flying at 3:30 today on FS1.
Don't keep up with NASCAR like I once did, but Tyler Reddick, man,
oh my God,
on fire.
Yeah, that's when those guys get on streaks, and it's something else. Fun to watch. Martinsville's always interesting anyway.
Yes, it is. It's great. I've actually been able to go and watch a race there live. It's very, very interesting.
Love to do that. Coming up later today right here, let's get out to Cole Sands. Cole Sands visited with us during the Classic.
Yeah.
We had a good time talking to Cole about his career. He's got the special headgear, the custom headgear on today. It kind of reminds you of the old arrow thing that the people used to put through their hair.
Kind of between that and what was that Billy Bass on the wall that everybody had?
Combination of that.
Yeah, combination of those
two. Yeah.
So he is having a phenomenal year. 41st in the first event at Guntersville, which we know is easy for somebody to bomb with how the conditions were there. Turns around as a 24th at Lake Martin, and then 10th coming into today at the Tombigbee. So the opportunity there presents himself to gain some points. Currently 8th in the Progressive Angler of the Year race. So he missed the Classic on a place that was very familiar to him this year. He does not want to miss Lake Hartwell next year, and he is off to a great start in our top 10.
Former college national champ down there on the Harris chain.
Record setter.
Yeah, record setters at that time, yes. Another college champion, to be sure, John Garrett.
Feels good, man. Feels right. Been wanting the top 10 for a while. Feels good to be here. Hard to get these top 10s. It really is hard to get them. Enjoy them while I'm here, and these opportunities don't come around much. And you know, they're got a good gap between me and first, but I mean, there's a lot of variables in this place, on this place. I don't know if people are locking, I don't know if people are staying, but got locks, and just, it's a tough place to fish, man. It really, really is a tough place to fish. So anything could happen. And there's big ones here. I mean, there's 4 and 5 pounders, and we've had good many of those bites this week. If we can make 5 of them happen today, we'll have a good chance. But we're thankful to be here. This is great for points. Yesterday, you know, had 2 fish forever, and you know, me weighing in 10 pounds may not seem like a big deal, but made some changes and, you know, caught me 4 or 5 keepers midday to really give me some nice points. And that's kind of what I got my eye on right now, is just rack up points. We're gonna hop across real quick. The other side of the creek.
Take it from John Garrett. Let's get back out to Mike Iaconelli. Mike Iaconelli is one of the old veterans here and has an advantage, if for no other reason, that he's experienced in playing this game with the locks and dams.
This is Lock Masters this week. Guys, if you're watching, I've been doing it 31 years, and it's always a tricky situation locking. These guys have been so good. Here's the thing, they fish. When you get Lock Masters that fish themselves, they hunt, they fish, they appreciate this, they appreciate the tournament coming to town. So shout out to the Lock Masters here this week, up, down, all around. Appreciate you guys.
Only man on the board today amongst our top 10 so far, Mike Iaconelli. Man who's won literally at every level. Here's the ranch bird's eye view of our, you might say, where our premier event's taking place today. An important bout anyway. Seth Feider and Jason Christie fishing in this spot, having divided it up, and may the best man win.
Yes, absolutely. Good look at the vegetation. A lot of vegetation up and down this waterway, but this particular area has more than I've seen. The other anglers we've been with, it'd be scattered, spotty vegetation, and a lot of it would have very, very little water depth under it. But this area, and I think that's why it's produced so well, it's got more depth and a lot of vegetation throughout this whole backwater area where Seth Feider and Jason Christie are fishing. It'll be interesting, and I guarantee you they're thinking, Seth and Jason right now, I wonder if there's enough in here after the way we've caught them the last 3 days.
Get in the boat. Golly, terrible landing. That was
Better
not
than
the
average
best
fish.
landing ever. But we got him. Number 1. Not bad.
Back-to-back days with 16 pounds, 10 ounces. He had that day 2. He had that yesterday when everyone else kind of fell off. He stayed exactly as he did on day 2.
2-pounder.
Both Jason Christie and Mike Iaconelli on the stage on day 1 talking about the subtle changes in these river that he noticed a drop in the water level caused the fish to move out, and he finally started catching them when he figured that out. And Jason Christie had a kind of similar experience here. Yes. Conditions changing where these fish are in this little area here.
Yeah, the north wind pushed a lot more current down the waterway, and it pulled water out of these
terrible
backwater areas.
landing. He got in front of the trolling motor and he wouldn't pick a side. Yeah, terrible landing.
Jason Christie talking about his swinging the fish in. He bumped the rub rail coming in his boat, and he's one of the best in the business. He takes it personal when things don't go just right. He's got another fish. Don't think this is going to be a keeper though.
Keepers have to be 14 inches in length here. All bass species on the Tennessee-Tombigbee here. Largemouth and spots.
Be close.
For the most part.
Be close.
Yeah.
It's longer than
got a shot.
I thought it was.
Line burner. I'm gonna set that right there.
The other 9 do not need this guy gaining any more confidence than what he already wakes up with every morning.
Especially the ones here still sitting in the lock.
Yeah, exactly. Or the one over his shoulder.
Oh, I guarantee you Seth Feider has seen him catch both of those fish. He's keeping an eye on him.
We always say, hey, I want to catch a 6 to make that guy start spinning, but when that guy catches a 2.5 and makes you spin, that's not a good thing either.
Yeah. Always great. Those rare occasions where we get a head-to-head matchup. And I mean head-to-head, nose-to-nose out there. Jason Christie and Seth Feider battling it out. In the Columbus pool, some of our anglers traveling. Got a lot more of our threads to unwind today as we move through the morning here. Championship Sunday at the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite. Championship Sunday at the 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite, third stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Beautiful, fascinating place, a place the elites have never been before. All these days have, at least part of the day's been spent learning it, learning how to get around here, learning what places you want to gamble on, what places to sort of leave alone, how long it takes to evaluate a spot. Experience certainly pays off based on the folks who populate our top 10. We've had rookie Peg South. Rookie Peg South was in it, and he just reached the end of his fish in his areas on day number 3. But Peg South, second in our Pro Guide Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings right now. Still Caleb Hudson, the man on top. Fisher Anaya, our winner at Lake Martin. Tristan McCormick, Nick Trim, Matt Messer gained a little ground this week. He had been down there a bit further in the standings.
Caleb Hudson, 3 for 3 on cuts made this year. Started out with a cut made 26th at Guntersville, got a 10th place finish at Martin, and then 47th this week. So 3 for 3 for Caleb Hudson making cuts.
Last year's Rookie of the Year. Learned enough apparently to make the top 10 here this year in 2026 at Tennessee-Tombigbee.
Oh man, it's I'm relaxed. I mean, I'm just going out, having fun, fishing. I missed one so far, but yeah, I'm just throwing a swim jig, and it's just a lot of fun throwing at targets, grass, trees, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it's been a tough morning so far, but I'm optimistic. I'm gonna go fish my heart out today and hopefully catch 5 big ones, but we're gonna stay in the grass, swim this jig all day long, and I think that's our best chance of catching a big bag. That's how I've caught them every day this week, so I'm gonna stick to the program, keep swimming this jig. Alabama shake.
Get the vibrating jig, aka chatterbait, that I've been throwing this week, and this is a great bait to throw during the shad spawn or when the fish are eating shad or some kind of bait. The trailer I'm throwing is really, really special. It's a paddle tail style trailer, but if you look, this is the Berkley Power Stinger paddling stinger. It's got the paddle tail, but it's honeycomb design. So this thing, because it's honeycomb, it's going to have more vibration. But here's the real juice on chatterbaits. Guys, if you put a paddle tail on, it's going to run straight. And there are times when I want this to run straight. If I'm fishing a seawall or rocks like we're going to be fishing and I need to make a straight parallel cast, I put on a paddle tail. But if I want the chatterbait to get loose, so if I'm not fishing cover, something specific, I put a pintail trailer on it. So this is just a smaller chatterbait with a pintail. When you put a pintail on it, instead of it running straight, it will get loose and hunt. So it's just a little tip this week for sure, fishing more of the cover, the paddling tail, the power stinger. That's been the deal.
All right. Thank you, Mike Iaconelli.
Making good use of time in the lock.
Yes, sir. That's efficient.
We enjoy that. Appreciate that.
That's efficient. Mike, a bit of background now here. He's declared this to be his last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. So he's trying to get as much living in as he possibly can and sharing as well. That's to our benefit. Over to Mark Menendez.
Come on, little fishies, give me a clue.
First, I thought it was a popping frog, but that's the old school pop-R.
Yeah.
Topwater bait with treble hooks and a feather on the back. Haven't seen that so far this week. I take a 6-pounder on topwater from Mark Menendez today.
Not the first time we've seen him roll out some old school stuff when he's in contention.
It's like you want to find a bite an hour in this place. There's not that many fish, so if you can get a bite an hour, you're playing par golf. And then 1 hour you cheat and you get 2, and you're on top of the world at that point. Wow. I caught one right here the other day.
A lot of fish caught on topwater frogs on day 1 and day 2, but yesterday, that cold front, I don't think we ever saw anyone catch one on topwater yesterday.
No, Pake was our big frog guy, and he just went straight to a swim jig yesterday morning, and then after those first few fish, really just everything petered out for him.
Pollinet caught quite a few.
Yeah, he was doing that
on day 2.
Yep.
That drop in the water temperature really slowed down the topwater bite.
Get back over to Cold Sands as we stay in the Columbus pool here.
Changed hats.
Man, so far, we got good news and bad news. The bad news is I lost a 4-pounder and a 2.5 or 3, so 2 really big ones. The good news is I think I might have figured out where they released the fish at. So, you know, there's 2 sides of every coin. So we're going to look at it as a positive way. The fish are here to do really good in this tournament. There's a lot of good fish caught yesterday and released. So, you know, I think I'm fishing around as many fish as anybody is. We're going to maximize our fishing time today. And just kind of stay close to the ramp and try to catch release fish. I got 3 or 4 little areas here that have been holding some fish. This is actually a new one. And just got to get them in the boat. It's like they're just kind of barely slapping at it, and both of them, they've come to the top and just thrown it, and just, you know, skin hooked, 1 hook. I just upsized my trebles a little bit, just trying to hook them a little bit better. I mean, they're sharp as can be, but just going to throw this little Yozuri flat side. It's just kind of a different crankbait than they've probably ever seen. It's got a really hard thump, especially for a flat side. You think of a flat side, you think of something that, you know, is kind of subtle, but this is not a subtle flat side. It's a hard thumping bait, and I'm kind of cranking it fast and stopping it, just trying to get a reaction bite. Because, you know, if these fish were caught yesterday, like I assume they probably were, they're going to be pretty smart. So really going to have to just draw a strike and almost trigger them into biting. But I'll rotate some baits, do some finesse stuff, throw probably a spinner bait and a chatter bait some down this same stretch, and just see if we can get one to bite. Get one in the boat, that's the biggest thing.
Cole talked about before takeoff this morning, looking for release fish, so I guess that's his strategy, and he's had a couple of bites that he thinks maybe he's found the pot of gold.
Yeah. Cole originally from Alaska. I think he moved here as a youth with his parents.
I think he went to the same high school as Jacob Fouts. I think I remember that. And then they both went on to fish at the same college,
Yeah.
Bryan College there in East Tennessee, and Fouts won a championship and won the college bracket, and Cole Sands got second in a college championship and then turned around and won the college championship.
This is third year on the Elite Series?
It's his fourth year. I
Fourth?
believe. Yeah.
Fourth. Best start yet, though, right?
For sure, yeah, overall. Made some classics, was the first man out of the classic this past year.
And actually, our classic champ, Dylan Nutt, qualifying at the Bass Nation National Championship, knocked Cole Sands from getting Chris Miller double qualified and getting him in by about 4 ounces. Dylan Nutt was the last guy to weigh in and knocked Chris Miller, who was going to double qualify as the nation.
And an open winner.
Yeah.
Canadian fans, Mike Iaconelli.
Big giant one. Let's stay on there. God, the size of that spot, dude. It's 2.5 pounder. 2 1/4. Holy smokes, dude. It's working. It's working. I say, we like the rhombus math teacher. We like the rhombus math teacher. It's working. It's working. Let's go! Micropolis Spotmoites. Come on, Spots. Let's do this. This place is spot on. See? They're laughing at me at least. My wife doesn't laugh at my jokes either. At least the geese are. Come on, dude.
Spot on. I got to remember that one. Good one there, Mike.
His attitude is good in his 31st year. There was a time that he would be complaining about those geese.
That's right. Yeah, he'd have a rough talking them all morning.
Hey,
yep,
his
things
wife
have changed.
doesn't laugh at his jokes, but she laughs at my fantasy team and how bad it's been.
Well, everybody though does. That's nothing unique about his wife. Rattling Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Pick 5 for each of the Bassmaster Elite Series events and the Classic in a year's time if you choose to indulge. And they're picked from different buckets based on their performance so far during the season. And see how your team stacks up against everyone else. It's addictive and a lot of fun. Check it out at bassmaster.com.
He's dreaming about fishing right now.
Dreaming about fishing. Dreaming good vibes to my dad.
Yeah, man, we're here at the 10-time Waterway, mid-March. You know, these fish are definitely thinking about spawning. You know, one thing about these river systems like this, though, that's kind of helped me out this week is that you have to know what the fish want to be around to actually spawn. With that being said, because a lot of these places like this are pretty silty, and those bass can't spawn in silt. So they're going to look for something hard to get on for sure to be able to create that bed. And so for me, I've been keying in on those little subtle areas that have a little bit harder bottom than others. But he's a keeper. And that's been key to my success this week. That's fun right there. I'll catch these sons guns all day long, son. Hey, you just gotta roll with the punches.
Dakota Ebare joined the Bassmaster Elite Series last year with some fanfare and a very impressive bio, to be sure, and missed his first 5 cuts. It was very surprising to everyone, but since then, he has not missed one, and he's kind of building an impressive string, one of the longer strings of made cuts. And here's another one, Tennessee-Tombigbee.
Yeah, so we started out on the main river, kind of where we ended yesterday, and it just doesn't seem like there's quite as much current today as there was yesterday. So, but we're probably going to transition pretty quick, going back to fishing them cypress trees and stuff like we did the first 2 days, because I feel like that's my best chance at winning the tournament. But man, if I could get a couple of nice spotted bass to start off the morning, they'd kind of get things moving in the right direction. So that was the plan, but I'm not seeing as much current like I did yesterday, and I'm not getting the bites. right now, so it may be a later in the day kind of thing. They start moving more water. I don't really know, but I just want to hit a couple of these little high percentage places before we got down on the lower end. So we're just kind of working our way down there. But I had a couple bites on one tree back there.
All day has kind of, we don't have the traditional lull in the 3 hours at midday that we have at more often than not on these events.
Yeah, I think the fact that some of these fish are spawning has helped the bite during mid-morning. It seems like throughout the country, if you're not right around the spawn, you just have that mid-morning lull, and we have not had that this week. Yesterday, a little bit of that. But then, thank goodness, Jason Christie and Seth Feider kept things going for us mid-morning. But I see what Dakota's doing here. He's trying to get a few fish in his live well. It's been really slow, the number of bites he's been able to get, but the quality has been good when he's been pitching a rage bug around those cypress trees. Keep in mind, he and Jordan Lee just got to their areas in the pool that they chose to lock down to.
Over to leader Jason Christie, now enjoying a 4-pound lead, 4 1/4 over Wesley Gore.
A wind's starting to pick up, and that's really what we need. When I say we, I mean Seth and I both, and I need some fresh fish, and I think if that wind gets to blowing, it'll push those shad up around, and I'll get some new ones up on the bank. Seth's got a little better layout than I do for the wind, but mine's not terrible, so I just feel like, you know, there's a few spawning. I've caught a lot of the males. Probably weighed some of them in. But just hopefully there's some, you know, some new fish coming. We got that moon is getting bigger, so just hoping that there's some fresh fish. But the first circle we made yesterday, I only had one keeper, and it was just a barely keeper. So I've had 3 keeper bites. I lost one, but it was just a keeper. So he just didn't have enough meat on his bones. I jerked him all the way out of the water, and they tend to come off when you do that. But we got all day.
Yesterday, as the winds, it blew basically all day, but picked up mid-morning, and the water level fell in this area where Seth and Jason are, and he moved out from what I would call the hard line of the vegetation just off the shoreline there, and started throwing around isolated clumps of vegetation, lily pad stems, that sort of thing, and really caught most of his weight doing that. Be curious to see, even though I don't think the wind is going to blow enough to really affect the water level in this area today, if he will get away from the bank like he did yesterday and try to look for some of those little isolated patches that yesterday, and it wouldn't surprise me if they're still there today, the females waiting to move in as the water temperature gets back up like it was on day 1 and day 2 of this tournament. If they hadn't caught all the fish, though, you got 2 of the best in the business. And
Sure.
when Jason Christie put down trolling motor, he said, "There's no place I'd rather be right now." That's telling right there.
That was the first thing he said, and the last thing he just said there was, "I got all day."
Yeah, so it's either going to happen right here or it's not. He's one of the best closers in the business right now, no doubt. But they're concerned, and I would be concerned if I were one of those 2 anglers right now. Have you caught the majority of catchable bass in this area right now? And we'll know the answer to that later in the day.
There's the competition right there.
Christie's listed for 9 B.A.S.S wins. The last one was 2022. Chickamauga was 2 events earlier. He won the Classic.
He's a very versatile fisherman. We've seen him win smallmouth tournaments. I mean, we've seen him do a lot of things, but shallow vegetation, he's tough. He's really, really, really good. And oftentimes with a swim jig or spinnerbait in his hand, it's no secret. He loves shallow vegetation, and he's going to be throwing, well, those 2 baits and a frog. I mean, those 3 baits is what he's going to be throwing, and everybody knows it.
Well, and this is same right up his alley what he won Dardanelle with.
Yeah, sure.
You know, in 2017, 2014.
2014.
Yeah, 2014.
Snatched it away from Greg Hackney.
Passed him in the boat on day 2, and he said, I just got a couple little ones. And then he went in, made the cut, and rallied and won.
He had 20 pounds when he said that to you, though.
Probably.
Pretty sure he's a keeper. Yeah, some grass. There's number 1. A little junior.
John Garrett on the board now, joining Jason Christie and Mike Iaconelli. That's the 3 who have caught keepers so far on Championship Sunday. Let's take a look at our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. John Garrett, of course, starts the day on top with 264 points, but Trey McKinney, what a furious final day he had. Almost fished himself into the top 10 and really saved himself a bunch of points, keeping him tucking right below John Garrett. Corey Johnston came here with the lead, and he went down, and he's come back up a few.
The main goal for me was to get away from everybody. I just, I felt like to have a chance to win, I needed to make a long run. And I spent 2 days practicing up. And when I say up, I mean way up. So the first day I locked up twice, and I thought I was going to catch them, and for some reason they just didn't bite. And you know, experience, I didn't go back, and I stayed close the last couple of days, and it's worked out.
Jason Christie, your leader, by 4 pounds and 4 ounces, the former basketball player and basketball coach from Eastern Oklahoma. Jason Christie was kind of a legendary in those parts and became legendary worldwide not too long after that.
He said, I'm tired of winning. I'm tired of winning coaching basketball. I'm going to go win fishing. And then all the locals were like, thank goodness you're going to start leaving the local lakes.
He has extended his lead this morning, but keep in mind some of our other anglers chose to lock north or south. It's only been fishing about 30 minutes.
Right, just getting started. Leaderboard showed Jason with actually extending his lead with a 3rd fish. This is that fish moments ago.
Wow.
And also moments ago, that was, okay, all right.
Fish number 3.
So he's 3 into his bonus fish already.
Got a lot of boats spinning around in here. You know, yesterday was, like I said, I caught a couple fish out off the bank. There's a few random stumps in here. They're literally all kind of on that side over there, and I came in here and practiced, and when I was going through there was like 4, and I caught 2 big ones off of 2 of them yesterday. But I marked those with the 360 that we have now, and there's really nothing else in here for him to get on other than the bank and, you know, some pad stems and stuff. And I keep trying just to, you know, like fish the spinnerbait out, try to pick up, you know, and it's just not. They're either around, they're around something. And there's like the deepest part in this pond is like 3 foot, and Seth's too. So they could be swimming around anywhere, but until they get up there and get set up, it's hard to catch them. And yesterday morning was pretty slow. I mean, we had that cold night. We had another cold night last night. It was pretty slow, so we're actually doing better than we were yesterday. But it's all about those 2 or 3 key bites. You know, keepers really don't matter. It's those, you know, 3, 4, 5 pounders, and there's still enough in here, and you know, there's, if either one of us was fishing, just we had this to ourselves where you could let it rest and move around, it would be over with, but we don't. So, and it wasn't nothing. It wasn't anybody followed anybody. We just both found the same little deal. So I was so, like the first day I went way up, and I came back here and caught the bulk of my weight in about 15, 20 minutes, and there wasn't anybody in here, and I was like, oh my goodness. So I started the next morning, and I could hear Mercer over there talking, and he said, you know, thanks for coming. And I looked back, and there wasn't anybody coming. And I was like, there's nobody else fishing in here. And I kept fishing, and here comes Seth idling. He idled in, I've been running in. So it was almost, but no dice.
I bet he was feeling good when he started in there the second morning and thought he had it, where he had caught 12 pounds in about 15 minutes. Thought he was going to have it all to himself for the whole day. But on the other hand, I'm sure Seth didn't like seeing Jason Christie sitting there on that second morning.
Of course not.
It's all good. They've done good working together in this area, and him saying they could let it rest if it was just one of them, but them like making a boundary, at least the area that they have, they can let that part of that rest instead of constantly being cat and mouse game back and forth.
You can manage that by yourself, your half.
Yes.
Yeah. Here's our first look at Jordan Lee, the 2-time Classic champ, on back-to-backs in 2017 and 18.
Well, you know, this tournament for me has been about just decisions and making the right ones, and the execution too. And, you know, my execution has been flawless until this morning, and I had one mishap right off the giddy. I snapped a decent one, pretty good one, and you know, that's the difference between, you know, a good tournament, great tournament, and making the right choices. And, you know, I made the right choices most, you know, for 2 days. One day, you know, wasn't the best, but, you know, we came into this area where there's been a ton of boats in here. And I fished in here some. I started here in the first day. And there's been, you know, a bunch of fish to be caught in here. And I'm the only one that made the last day that, you know, fished in here, but a lot of guys did well. So there was a bunch of bites to be had in here. And I figured out yesterday morning, you know, the shad, I was getting the kind of the tail end of the shad spawn. And just on some of these little grass clumps in this slough. And that was kind of the difference maker. Fishing some floating mats and some of these bank mats. And it's nothing like visible you could see, but the fish were definitely feeding. Especially on this like shady side right here. But you know, a lot of fish have been caught. I don't know how many there's left, but there's enough left. I mean, I don't know about for a big bag, but to have a decent day, I think there is.
Let's take a look. I think we can take a look at what has been caught there. As a matter of fact, should be helpful. And these are the 3+ pounders from that area that Jordan was speaking about.
Keep in mind, on this waterway, 3+ pounders are gold.
Oh, gosh.
So seeing
little
5.
Key stretch right there.
Yeah, there's 5 right within a pretty small area, especially that stretch right in front of him there. But a lot of fish have been caught there. Jordan was right. He been keeping up with other anglers fishing there, and he said he fished there some the first day himself, so he's right. There are a lot of fish have been caught there the last 3 days. Surely they didn't catch them all.
Yeah, well, they caught a lot of them. I can say that.
Hey, the catching here has been
it's pretty good.
A lot better than expected.
Yes.
Coming in this tournament, there's been it's a good tournament. A lot of fish being caught, but those 3+ pounders are certainly gold.
Yeah, and rare. This is the area of cold sands that we see with our Lowrance bird's eye view. All the main channel that's been engineered through the years, and all of these cut-off lakes. And
you get a good idea of how shallow these anglers are fishing when you see the silt stirring behind his boat, just moving along slowly with a trolling motor. He's fishing 2 feet deep and less. That's where the boat's sitting, and then he's casting shallower than that. Fish have to get extremely shallow to spawn successfully with the water color that they have here. This stained water, those fish have to spawn shallow. See the logs and the wood. It's usually rock, cypress tree, cypress knee, some kind of wood, a fallen tree that those fish are going to spawn around. That's what these anglers are targeting.
Well, the Bassmaster program has been very popular and growing through the last few years. This initiative by B.A.S.S. to bring women into the sport, and for women who are already in the sport to expand their knowledge and their connections. Series of workshops. There's the schedule coming up here. Got one coming up from the Santee Cooper Lakes, from the Pasquotank River. Later on, also one at Kentucky Lake at the High School and Junior Championship, and a big workshop to wrap up the season at the St. Lawrence River. The fastest racing on earth continues today on Fox as Alex Palou, Joseph Newgarden, and a hungry pack battle for a win at Barber. The road to the Indy 500 continues Sunday, today, 1 Eastern on Fox. They're in neighboring Alabama. They're going to be going fast, that is for sure. Pretty fast right there, as a matter of fact.
Hopefully that's an angler going pretty fast to catch a 5-pounder and tighten it up.
Yeah.
For Jason Christie. He only had a 2-minute run to his location and said, I've got nowhere I'd rather be right now.
And I've got all day. He has made use of the first part of the day better than anyone else.
Oh boy.
We need something to go on the big side.
Think so?
Yeah, we need some on the big side, not the little side. 4, right? Pound 4.
Said there needs something to go on the big side. Most of these boats have 2 separate live wells, and the anglers put small ones on one side and big ones on the other. He's got 4 on the small side. That's better than 0 on either side, as some of these anglers have.
The majority of the anglers have 0 on the small.
He
and
has more
large
fish than the other 9 put together.
Closest pursuer is a relative term. Somebody's got to be second behind him, and Wesley happens to be that guy right now with 0 in the boat.
Fishing a lot of new water today. He struggled yesterday. I don't blame him for changing it up, but just looking the areas that he's fishing today, very different than yesterday. Swimming a white and chartreuse jig and a lizard.
Couple Coosa River guys, couple guys who like Lay Lake a lot. Tucker Smith, Wesley Gore, equating this place to a place back home.
I just want to swim it off one of those mats and it do like it done that second day. The whole mat lift up a little bit.
Seems like Iaconelli is off the main waterway now in a backwater area.
This stuff better, but I literally
Around
can't
the
get
seawall.
out of nothing but grass. At least by a big one for sure.
Good work. I caught like 2 shorts. Yeah, so this next place we're going, like it's the start of that from the other end, sort of. It's the other biggest, besides the backwater we were in the last couple of days, it's the other biggest backwater up here. So, you know, the rule with that, like, for me has always been, okay, yeah, so we were just talking about backwaters and how do you select a backwater? You know, you come to a new place, you come to a new river, and dude, you look at a map and there's backwaters everywhere. But the general rule of thumb, I don't care if you're on the East Coast, West Coast rivers, the biggest backwaters harbor the biggest concentrations of fish. And that's just the way it is, right? So, you know, that's kind of what I used as a determiner of which one's the fish. The bigger, the better. That's the deal, you know? More fish, you know? More flats, more fish, more grass. But, you know, we're looking for a shad spawn bite here this morning, and I have yet to see a shad follow this. And that's what you want to see. A lot of times you don't even see the shad flicking. You know, you'd think, oh, shad spawn, you got to see them. You don't have to see them on the surface, but you want to see them follow that. And I haven't seen one yet, so, you know, this is an area where it definitely goes down, but the shad spawn's so fickle. Maybe it's just not going down today, you know?
I am shocked we haven't seen Mike Iaconelli throw a spinnerbait as much as the shad spawn he's been talking about. He's been doing the bladed jig a ton, flipped some yesterday as well.
This is about where I started seeing him yesterday.
There's a fair amount of anglers, he may be one, it could be the reason why we haven't seen him throw a spinnerbait, that have totally replaced their spinnerbaits with the chatterbait.
Yeah.
I think you need both. They're both good and have a little different purposes and different places. But some people have totally, you know, don't take a spinnerbait box with them anymore. They've got a box of chatterbaits and use it for everything.
Long ways from everybody else, Tommy.
Yeah, man.
Got all the water he wants to himself.
Bigger the better. Yeah. Those backwaters. So
more grass, more bass, more space, more opportunity.
It's effectively bigger the fewer people who are in there.
Come on. Yes, sir.
The
swimming jig.
Best one we've seen today.
You're gonna get many bites
Very
today.
nice.
In the crushers. It was in the crushers. We ain't got. I don't have a scale, but I'd say that's high 2, maybe 2 3/4. Can't give up on me yet. It's gonna be a long day of swimming, but.
Long day of swimming. Swimming a jig.
Like Jason Christie and day number 1, his most challenging day since then. He's been on the move. His momentum has been good. Young man at 25, already closing in on 60 Bassmaster events there. Jason Christie, the man on top right now and extending his lead. Stands out at over 6 pounds. Wesley Gore, Mike Iaconelli, Seth Feider, Dakota Ebare. We sort of got to keep our eyes on him today. Could be dangerous today. Everybody's kind of dangerous here. It's still anybody's game. The Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Yamaha, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us here on this Sunday morning. Sunday's the supercharged day for sure. The finals, the championship round of this tournament, third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Everybody learning their way as they go through this place that the elites have never been before. There was an E50 as sort of a forerunner of the elites back in 2004. That was Mark Davis running away from KVD and all the rest down here. Mostly confined to the whole course on the last day, I believe, in the Columbus Pool.
Yes, I was fortunate enough to be in that final 10 in that whole course, but didn't make a run at Mark Davis. He held the trophy over his head that day, no doubt.
He was dialed in on that one.
62 pounds plus. Davey, you were 30 pounds behind him somehow. The format must have been a little bit different back then.
Yes. The top 6, I think, fished an extra day.
Well, we got 4. Bad news is we only got one decent one female. But everything's just getting right. That's why I'm fishing. I mean, I'm literally just crawling around just to let everything rest a little bit. You know, and I had ideas today. Yesterday the water was really low. I saw a lot of pads and there was some fish spawning in them. So I was like, well, I'll pull out a spinning rod and catch them. Well, now I can't see the pads because the water's high, which is fine. But I think my best chance to win is just to keep winding this thing around, because if I know what bites it, and if I'm supposed to win, they'll bite it. You know, where people watching are probably like, well, you gotta, if you don't have them at noon, you gotta make some adjustments and stuff. That's how some guys win, but that's not how I win. I win by being stubborn and sticking to my guns, and that's what we're gonna do. Like, the wind's blowing in here perfect. It's blowing in for Seth too, perfect. Like, I'd give anything to be able just to go down that stretch right there that he's fishing with this old spinnerbait. But we're gonna stay on our side, and whatever happens, happens.
very, very good that these two anglers have drawn a line in the vegetation, I guess you could say. They both found this good backwater area, and to benefit them both, they're staying in those areas, and just what Christie mentioned then, to let these areas rest. Even though you only have half the area, it means so much not to be up there around those key targets constantly with a trolling motor. Those fish, and able to catch those fish, they need to set up on those isolated pieces of cover or little points of vegetation. Real important to be able to let them rest.
So, Mark, talk to me about the power of the big fish.
You know, Columbus has got some good fish in it, and they're like a unicorn. They're hard to find. And I was fortunate enough to get a big bite yesterday that turned into an absolute tussle. I pitched over there, game hog, the water kind of quivered. It bit it so hard I said, this is probably a mudfish. Set the hook, it comes up, it rolls, it's behind the log, it comes to me, it wraps around the log, and I got 2 logs to take this big giant falcon boat over it to get to that fish. And she just laid there. And so I just eased over there, picked her up like I knew what I was doing, unhooked her and put her in the bed. It is an unbelievable deal because it was like catching 3, 6 pounds, 2 3-pounders, or, you know, there you go, or 3 2-pounders is what you get. And it's just a critical factor to jump up the leaderboard. Was lucky to get that one, and trying to catch 2 of them today. So going to need to catch a couple big ones today to catch up.
Yeah, 6-pounder, 7-pounder, he thought it was when he first caught it. I'm sure I probably would have too. You catch one that size here, you know it's a game changer, whether it's 6 or 7 pounds, but totally change your tournament. And anyone that catches a fish that size today has, I think they're in the driver's seat to win. I mean, Jason Christie has extended his lead, but 1 6-pounder caught by anyone in the top 10 is going to change everything.
I can see Menendez being rather excited under those circumstances to get a 6-pounder out.
Yeah, you betcha. Yeah, I think starting today, if anyone below 5th place probably knew they would have to catch a 4+ pounder or a 5+ pounder to really have a legitimate chance to win. But we've seen those fish all week.
We have.
Not 6s so much, but we've seen 5s.
Temperature's going to get up near 80 degrees today, so.
Got a bite back there.
Who knows?
Biggest fish of the week, day 1, Justin Atkins, 6'4".
Yeah.
We've had, and then Menendez is 6'0".
So you're not
That's
asking for a
5'12".
miracle to catch a 5-pounder. It's certainly doable. We've had a couple of 6s weighed in. Take a look at the 3+ pounders around Mark Menendez. 4 or 5, relatively close to him. I don't see the 6-pounder there, so he must have caught it in a different area than where he's at right now. Maybe we'll see it a little later.
Mark's first tournament, the Illinois Invitational on the Illinois and Mississippi rivers in 1991.
Yes, he started fishing before I started fishing, if that tells you anything. I'd say he started fishing B.A.S.S events before I started fishing B.A.S.S events. So he's been at it a long time.
Yes, he has. Haven't had any recent tournaments on the Illinois and Mississippi river combined.
Had the old Superstars event there for 3 or 4 years in a row. A lot of fishermen in that area, a lot of bass fishing.
Oh, yeah.
Big club level events there, and a lot of people in the nations and all from that part of the country. It was surprising the first few times I was there how many die-hard bass fishermen are in that area.
Jason Christie has fished 135 B.A.S.S. events. He has not won in the past 38 entries, but the 11 before that, he won 3 times. I remember saying that he had a victory for like every 13 entries. So he was on a good roll, and it's been 38 entries, though, since he's won.
He's due.
Yeah. Slow start to the year for Jason Christie. Would like to get back up there in the points so we can get to this place, Lake Hartwell, where they're having the Classic next year, 2027. Lake Hartwell. He had come close at this place before. Come close in other Classics as well, but I think this one was one he needed to get the job done this time around.
He did, and he was very determined from start to finish in this event. He had a close one there just a few years before that, and to hear him talk earlier, this is the way I win, I'm not going to change it up. That tournament that he almost won the Classic at Hartwell, everyone was saying, man, tie on some kind of soft plastic and just catch a keeper, but that's not who Jason Christie is. He is a power fisherman. He's going to do what he needs to do in his mind to win an event, and it all came together there at Lake Hartwell just in 2022. We're going back in 2027. I'm sure he wants to be there, no doubt.
Oh, definitely. Absolutely. He said after that one, no more questions about finishing second, third, and whatever here. I got it done now.
He's had a lot of good wins in his career, but he will certainly be the first to tell you that was the greatest tournament victory you could ever have, right there to hold that trophy over your head, especially after a second place finish. Even more rewarding.
It's our points leader, Progressive Angler of the Year race. To start today, anyway.
Little video dude. Little video feller. I don't think he's long enough. You know what? I think he'd be close. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna make it. I'll be surprised. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
$1,000 on the line for John Garrett today. If he falls 3 spots, he misses out on the Progressive Insurance AOI Leaders Check that he did at the next event.
That's pretty good walking around money right there. Just for leading. You don't even have to win. That's pretty good. Jason Christie sitting in a good spot right now. One left. I think he's 1 to a limit. Wesley Gore still hanging in there in second place, and Michael Iaconelli making a big move today so far, all the way up to third place.
The conditions on the Tombigbee are, I'd say, really stable. It seems like usually when we got a river tournament, we get a pile of rain right before we get there, and we're dealing with super muddy water and fluctuating levels. This place is going up and down a little bit, but nothing drastic. I think it's mostly because of flowage out of the dams and stuff like that. But I think we hit it at a really good week. It's showing out. I think the stability of it is allowing that. I'm staying around the ramp. I'm fishing close, so I'll be able to fish till the buzzer.
The Teddy Roosevelt of the fishing world right there.
I don't know what
Seth
it means,
Feider.
but it gets the people going.
The mustache is a sort of a force of nature out here. we see it strong every year. It always comes back strong. I don't think it ever goes away, but
I'm old enough to remember Seth with no mustache and a chipped front tooth, and now his teeth look great and he's got a big old mustache.
I just got a nickname for it. We had a guy named Push Broom.
Push Broom.
That's what his mustache looked like.
Would you rather be known as the Teddy Roosevelt or as Push Broom?
Well, Teddy Roosevelt, sure.
There's just no other way out of here, unfortunately. I tried getting in from the main river, it ain't happening. Maybe. Maybe. He looks a little short. Let's hope. Yeah, he's tall. I don't think he's gonna make it.
Oh yeah.
Not by much, but we got one. Number one.
On the board, that's important. He's watched Christie put 4 in the box already. Now to Dakota Ebare. Looking for his first keeper of the day.
Tommy, one big thing, we've got a big playing field, 200 plus miles. And so when you look at the deep dive app, you're looking at a guy, Dakota Ebare, who is at least 50 to 60 miles from where Mike Iaconelli is. You know, they're so far from each other. And you can go down on the deep dive app and look at satellite imaging. You can look at different wind speeds and what affects it. And this is the stream flow aspect of the deep dive app, where you can check the river flow. I can sit here and click the strong yellow, which the yellow line there that I just clicked is normally the indicator of the strongest flow. And this is a sustained and pretty consistent 3,000 to 4,000 CFS. You can scroll back in time, and just 2 days ago it was at 6,000 CFS on the main river. It's gone down to a much lower 3,800. You can tell tomorrow they're going to run more current through this portion of this pool of the Tennessee-Tombigbee. And then even all of these backwaters, you see all of this water and all of these different places you can tuck in and fish, but all of them have another aspect of entry water-wise. And so you can click over here and say, hey, how much is this backwater affected? Okay, 120 CFS, not much flow. There is a little bit of flow, but not much flow. And you could say, well, I'm gonna drive a couple miles north. Let's see what it's gonna be here. Oh, this creek is flowing in. That's almost 1,000 CFS, and it's gonna be a lot more tomorrow. So it's about as calm as it's gonna be. It's gonna rise up the rest of today. So you can use the deep dive app to really see where your main areas are, how they're affected by the current flow, what the expected current is in the future. So you can almost time it up. Hey, by noon on the final day, my area is going to have twice as much current. That might be when they fire up. And so you can check out the deep dive app and more in your app store and help you out on the water learn how to break down a fishery.
We've had a slow start to the morning, but that hasn't been uncommon. You know, it was chilly again this morning, and I feel like, you know, at any point though, these little points can reload, you know, so we're rotating through them for the first time this morning, haven't had any bites, but I really feel like it's just a timing thing, you know, and at any point they could pull up on these trees again, another wave of fish, and we could get right in a hurry, just like I did on the second day. So we're just gonna kind of rotate through them. I'm actually fishing every day. Whenever I bounce from that point to this point, I roll over several shallow stumps out here on this point. It's like a flat point that comes way out off here, off that island there, and it's got some stumps on it. And I've been getting stuck on them idling over them every day, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna fish them. So I'm throwing this 1.5 straight king square bill on them right now. Just kind of on this flat point. I can kind of see one under the water right there. Trying to see if I can maybe figure something else out a little bit, you know.
Like what he's doing, I still think we got to keep an eye on him, even though he doesn't have a fish so far, because what he's doing around those cypress trees, those cypress knees, if he's able to get 5 bites, he'll have a good, you know, good weight.
Good quality fish there. The best quality we've seen today is the single fish by Tucker Smith.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, eat it, buddy. Explosion. I got it. Nice one.
Another nice one. Quite as big as the other.
Yeah.
Fatty. And the crushers. And the crushers. I don't know what he weighs. I don't have a scale, but 2 1/4 probably. You ate it twice. That's pretty rare on a swim jig. Man, I mean, they're biting like all right. I've had a few miss it, but I've just figured out the right cadence with this swim jig. I've been swimming it pretty fast first thing. I just started slowing it down and barely moving it. These fish are more active on that slower swim. I think it's just colder mornings, lowered the temperature of the water, so these fish aren't as active. So you're gonna have to really just creep this thing around. That's what I've been doing. It seems to be working so far, but got to get 3 big ones. Need 3 big dogs. It's very possible. That was a sick bite though. Came through the grass mat. That's how that big one ate it yesterday.
Tucker mentioning the cadence when you're swimming a jig like this, it is very important. Some days they want that bait moving fast and some days slow. Yesterday and today, with the water temperatures dropping, you would assume that you need to slow it down, and oftentimes to slow it down, you don't just change the speed that you're reeling it, but also the weight of the jig to be able to keep that bait up close to the surface and fishing it slow, lighten up on the jig size itself. Got 2 good ones in the boat. Swimming
2 over 2.5 pounds. One closer to 3 actually.
Yes.
The first one. So Tucker Smith may be on to something here. 2 fish in the first couple hours. That's kind of about where people say is the normal frequency. Second place now, Tucker Smith. He's making a little headway against Jason Christie, the only real angler to be able to do that so far on this day. Otherwise, it's Jason Christie in control. Yet we are early still. Championship Sunday. Going to go all the way to 3 o'clock local time, 4 o'clock Central, before they have to check in Columbus. Be right back.
The Mountain Dew Pro at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway.
We're gonna have to make adjustments. We've been kind of catching pre and post spawn fish that are moving into places. I'm just fishing main tributaries leading to a spawning flat. I mean, the fish I'm catching are super shallow, but like I said, I'm not getting many bites. I'm gonna keep doing my job, stay faithful, and do what I need to do.
Wesley Gore, very impressive, over 34 pounds over the first 2 days. His production fell off yesterday, but he did well enough to hang in there in the top 3, actually second place to start this day.
Yeah, day 1 and day 2, he had a pair of 4+ pounders. The reason he was leading yesterday, a lot tougher for him to try to get the better bite, only had about 10 pounds.
Showing up in some different places today, though. He's kind of, I think, maybe, if not written off, certainly slacking off his original spot there. Let's get back off, see takeoff. Columbus Marina right there. Not too far away. We got a good concentration of anglers, including Tucker Smith kind of had the hot hand for size this morning. And Cold Sands still need to get on the board.
Keeper, maybe. I think that is a keeper.
Yeah,
I think that one was on
got
the
his
nest,
first
too.
keeper.
Wait, bit it 3 or 4 times. There's a female in there. Boys, we get the hold of a fish. It has been a trying morning so far. I've lost more fish today than I've lost all year so far, but I'm still thankful to be here either way. I haven't lost a fish all week until today, so really can't complain. Can't complain. It's a blessing to be here, man, but I'd like to start getting these fish in the boat. I lost like a 2.5 or 3 and a couple close to 4, so. But I know where they're at. And these aren't the smartest fish in the world, so we might just have to go catch them here in a little bit. That feels good, though. We got us one. Maybe we can quit losing them now. But I'm just going behind a lot of these boats. Doing a little 6-inch fish co finesse worm and June bug. Really haven't done this yet this morning until just the last little bit, and I've already got 2 bites. So I really think I can catch a lot of fish. I just got to get some of the better ones in the boat. Yesterday, with about 2 hours left, I tied that deal on, and it's just a little bit slimmer than your normal finesse worm. It's got a lot of action, and I put a bunch in the boat in about an hour and a half, so we're still fine. Just got to get some of them big ones to stay hooked.
Cole Sands now makes it official. Half of our field now of 10 has a fish in the boat. So we are still in the early hours of this. So we're going to, well, those places will be filled in. And right now, let's turn to our colleague, Dave Mercer, on site there. Dave, I know you've been enjoying your week there. The crowds have been enjoying you, I understand, and that's a great thing. But I'm just kind of interested as to what's kind of prominent in your mind when you think about the course of this tournament and where it might be headed today.
Well, I'll be honest, I'm a little distracted because I just realized I still have my sticker on my hat. So I don't know if that makes me super cool or not.
I think so.
But I'm feeling very cool. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate it. And you saying that guarantees that it is fact. But what stands out to me here this week is coming into this, many people might have said, I want to see an old school backwater bass beatdown. And that is exactly what we have seen here this week. And one of the most compelling top 10s that we've seen in years. Like, you think of just the stories. I mean, Wesley Gore said it on the dock this morning. He said, I couldn't think, he's in second place as leaving the dock this morning. He's like, in front of me is Jason Christie. Behind me is Seth Feider. This is my childhood dream. No matter what the sport is, growing up, you know, you imagine competing against your heroes. Those were his heroes growing up. I mean, he said Jason Christie and Seth Feider were 2 guys that he's always looked at, and he said, I can't imagine competing against a better couple of guys up the top. You have other stories like John Garrett, the first ever smallmouth bass he ever caught in his life was in Mark Menendez's boat because he won a contest. He won a contest in his Bass Club. If you won Angler of the Year, Mark Menendez one year said, hey, I'll take the Angler of the Year fishing, which, mind you, is very smart move, Mark Menendez, because you look like a good guy and you're probably learning a few tips from a good angler. So very, very next level play. And some people playing checkers, Mark Menendez clearly playing chess. But that history, when you think the first smallmouth bass he ever caught was with him, Mike Iaconelli in his final season of competition in the top 10. I mean, it's truly amazing. Then you have Tucker Smith, Jordan Lee. I mean, the list goes on and on. Cole Sands. It's just an amazing top 10, and probably one of the hottest anglers on the planet is Dakota Ebare. When you think about it, I mean, everybody is still kind of talking about how when Dakota showed up, there was so much hype. I think Zona picked him as the Angler of the Year going into last year, and many people did. But Dakota started slow. But once he got a little taste of it, he decided, me like you, I want more of that. Because Dakota Ebare made his first cut at Lake Fork last year. That's the first time he made the cut. Has not missed a cut since, and is threatening in, of course, our progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. So it is one of the coolest top 10s ever that we've ever had, and I'm just excited as a fan to watch this. Because individually, Jason Christie, I could sit and watch Jason Christie fish the way he's fishing for days, just recreationally. I mean, the fact that I'm getting paid to do this, it just proves that I have the best job in the world. Not paid very much, but getting paid, guys. Don't get excited.
So Dave, it's been a long time since the Bassmaster Tournament Trail has been there with an elite type field of 2004, I think. So this is the first time the Elite Series, officially the Elite Series, has been to Columbus, Mississippi. You've been there all week now. The fishing, the people, the crowds have been great. Tell us about the area and your impression there, being there all week.
It's just, it's fishing. It's fishing. I mean, it is one of those hardcore fishing towns. Like everywhere you go, you run into people that just are excited to have bass here. And that's what we saw yesterday during the weigh-in. I mean, I'll be honest, we go to a lot of places where the venue has just much more established infrastructure. This is pretty raw here. You know what I mean? You've got a field and they turned it into an amazing event, but they did that on the backs of the amazing people from this area. You know, Columbus Marina that we're standing on right here, and that's where our venue is. I mean, we do venues at state parks and much bigger facilities. We're at Columbus Marina. We're at a private marina running this, but it is a very public event. It is an amazing, amazing thing. So I think we're reminded here this week at this venue, places like Columbus, Mississippi, Orange, Texas, Waddington, New York, so many amazing places that we get to go. You're reminded that the core of all areas isn't the dirt that you stand on. It's the people that stand on it, and those people lift up this area to be such a welcoming, amazing area. And this is an area that overcomes, that deals with a lot, and we're thankful that they've lifted this sport up here this week.
Here, here. Well put, Dave Mercer. Dave expressing our appreciation for this community, and also he was talking about it with us on day number one. He said, I want this to be where we kind of have the generations. Let's quit arguing, let them fish together and see what it is. And that's what this sort of back and forth with technology has afforded us. And I think it's come to pass here, and so I'm happy with Dave on that.
Absolutely. He mentioned Dakota Ebare, and here we go.
Yeah.
Hopefully he gets things started. A slow start this morning, but still have a lot of faith that he's going to get it going around these cypress trees.
Keep. Might have one. Got to get one before we get five. We choked it. Long, little skinny fella. Yeah, it's a pretty fish. One 9. Get to weigh in today, Mama. My mom drove all the way from Louisiana to come hang out for the day and watch weigh in, so at least I got her one. We're gonna get her 5. We're gonna get 5 big ones by the end of this deal. We just gotta keep hustling. Keep a good attitude, keep having fun, and be in the right place at the right time. All we gotta do.
Finally, everybody's close to getting on the board. There's Lee Livesey. Poor Lee, man, he just missed by a tiebreaker, making it into the top 10. Great tournament for Lee Livesey, and good stuff. We sure would have enjoyed seeing him out there today. As Dave said, we got a great top 10 though, and we are enjoying what we are seeing today. It's been slow for some of them getting started, but Tucker Smith kind of keeping it on us. Trying to hang in there with Jason Christie, a streaking Jason Christie throughout the past 3 days of this tournament. So we will see more developments. Probably going to loosen up a little bit as we move on into the late morning. About 2.5 hours into Championship Sunday at the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. Want to say our thanks to our local hosts here. Visit Columbus, Mississippi, the Storybook South. Fascinating place, kind of heartwarming to think that based on the crowds here, I think they kind of missed this group in all those 2 decades it's been since they performed here, and of course welcome the Opens we've had in more recent years. And everyone here has just worked so hard and been so gracious in their sport. Good bunch of people, as Dave Mercer said.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard a lot of the anglers on stage talking about staying with some of the people in their homes, the crowds at the weigh-in, how nice the people were at the gas stations, the restaurant, that sort of thing. Like you said, just good people.
I got Jason Christie. Jason's still one away from a limit here, but I would say he's ahead of schedule.
That looks like fifth keeper.
Yeah.
Just when it was getting quiet. Boy, he like, when he bit it, I thought he was big. Yeah. Just like slacklined it.
Big. That splash sounded big.
Well, we got 5. I don't know why I didn't put the full tag on him.
Everything he said before noon's pretty much a bonus fish, so there's a bonus limit for you. It's got him almost 6 pounds in the lead.
He was hoping for a little bit
1-4
average size, but always happy to get 5. The wind is coming in there perfectly. I'm surprised Seth hasn't had any more bites than he's had.
Seth moved, Davey.
Oh, did he?
He's not in that same region.
Okay.
Wow. Let's get over to Wesley Gore. The leader after day 2.
Feeling good, dude. I told you we were going to have fun today. I'm super relaxed, just going by, fishing by the seat of my pants. This is the way I feel like I have to fish if I want a chance to win. We got a few bites. They're not really cooperating really good in terms of getting it. I haven't had any great big bites. I've had some smaller ones and 1 or 2 decent ones, but I don't know. I said I wasn't going to leave, but I may make an adjustment. We definitely ain't going to run way up the river. We're going to stay largemouth fishing for as long as we can and keep trying some stuff. And hopefully we get a few of the right bites before too long. I don't know. It feels like a body day, but at the same time, we had that front yesterday and total different wind direction and everything, but they're gonna bite at some point. We just gotta be in the right place when they start biting. I thought it would have been this morning. It's been a good morning biting here, but I seen no signs of a shad spawn this morning, which I really haven't been focused on that at all. But at least gives me some confidence that there's some fish up around the banks and whatnot, and no sign of that. So we run a lot of stuff this morning, places that we've been getting some bites, and we still got a few, but lack of size and lack of cooperation has been the deal this morning. So we're gonna fish the rest of this stretch, and we're gonna make a little adjustment. I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna do yet. May just go try some stuff. I mean, it don't seem to be working right now what we're doing. May run back up to some of the oxbows I've been fishing in just to see if we can get some bites. I feel like there's some big ones in that one oxbow. I caught a couple nice ones in practice in there, and a real big one in there the second day of the tournament. And I should have it to myself. I did yesterday, so we're just gonna go fishing, have fun, enjoy the day, and hopefully get a few of the right bites, and they actually get it. So far, there's no harm been done, no lost fish, no real big ones. So we're gonna stay with the program and see what happens.
Wesley Gore catching all of his fish on a swim jig or a lizard, and all of his bigger bites have been on this chartreuse and white swim jig, so he is sticking with it today because he knows he has to have a good day, not just small fish, but some better than average sized fish to have a chance to win. And I like his plan. It's frustrating not to have a keeper in the boat yet, but got to try to do whatever you think you need to do to give yourself a chance to win when you make the final day here on Championship Sunday.
Good stretch for Wesley Gore. Went top 10 at the Bassmaster Classic. There he is, another top 10. That's brings his total of top 10s in his 4-year career to 10, as a matter of fact.
Way above average.
At the Classic, he was lugging around another Century belt from Lake Fork. He finished 7th there twice, 107 pounds in 2025 and 115 in 2024. 25 years old, has 2 Century belts. Now he's trying to get his first.
That's an accomplishment.
Late win.
Clanton, Alabama. Talks about fishing lay a lot. Mitchell up there on the Coosa River.
Another area where there are a lot of good bass fishing.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of good die-hard bass fish. Coosa River.
Yeah, that whole corridor is, Saturday's a hard place to find a place to put your boat.
Right, that's exactly right. You got a 100+ boat tournament around every corner.
Mm. And we made a move, Seth Feider.
All right, a little mid-morning update. Another slow morning. I think another cold night kind of made it a little tougher again. I've left my primary area. I snuck into a little different. Yes. Yeah. Well, decisions are working. He ain't a giant, but that's number 2. I just had a bite right before that too, so I'm sure that's a keeper. That's a 16. All right, number 2. Yeah, right on cue. Yeah, mid-morning update. We have left the honey hole, left Christie in there. I don't know what he's catching, but my stretch was pretty dead. I'm gonna go back in there later in the day, let that water warm up. But it's gonna be hard for me to beat him in there, I think. So we're gonna try to do something different. Try to find some big fish and win this thing. But very slow in there, wind's blowing in there real hard. It's real dirty, on my stretch anyways. His is a lot better looking today. But yeah, we're just gonna mix it up today and try to find some real big ones. I never had a bite in that primary area, so we're just gonna keep it moving and track down a big bag today. Just gonna start over fresh, really, and see if we can locate some 5-pounders. But I'm feeling good about leaving. I mean, I've had 3 bites since I left there, and I didn't have any in there this morning. Like I said, I got called in there. We'll go back in there in the afternoon. I think I can catch some fish in there once it warms up in there. But we're just going to do some different things until then, and hopefully we can track down a couple big ones.
I like what he's doing here. Made a move. Had not had a bite there this morning, and a lot of pressure between him and Jason Christie both in there for 3 days. Today, the 4th day in a row, and at least just kind of change your mindset, go somewhere else for a little while, and then return back in there later in the day. I think it's a good move by Seth, and certainly looks like it. He's had 3 bites in a short amount of time once he did make that move.
Let's get back over to Mark Menendez.
Menendez and Gore, the only 2 without a fish so far today.
Good. And slow for them.
Maybe
looks too close to the tails. That's the same fish I caught
close
yesterday.
to the 14-inch minimum length.
Believe. Got him on the top water yesterday. Oh, you little devil, you. 13-incher. Oh.
Nope.
Finally got some stink on her hands. Finally.
All right, Mark searches on for that first keeper. You know he'll run across a good one here before long. Also came across a great one yesterday, that's for sure, a 6-pounder. The Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. That's a different sort of approach to fantasy fishing. Very challenging. You pick 8 anglers for each event, but once you pick them, they are out of the pool. You can't use them again for the rest of the season. Makes you view the big picture when you make each individual pick. Choose wisely. Falcon Drain the Lake.
I think momentum is definitely important when it comes to bass fishing. Like, you get on a roll, and you know that it seems like it's a very mental game, fishing is. So to be able to get on a roll like that is very important. I think time on the water helps you get on that roll as well. Last year I was on a really good roll and had a very successful year last year, so hopefully I can carry that momentum into this year.
Tucker Smith, second year Bassmaster Elite Series angler with a lot of experience. I mean, a lot of championships under his belt. He's been fishing at a high level for a long time at all levels. But one of our young guns doing well out here, proving his bona fides at a tournament that's non-forward facing, non-live sonar. And we got a few of those. John Garrett out here in Cold Sands.
Yes, he's a great young fisherman, and what he just said there with, I think time on the water helps build that momentum. This past week, in between two big tournaments, the Classic and then this Elite, Tucker Smith fished a tournament on Lake Guntersville, did not do particularly well.
Yeah.
Went right back out in the afternoon after not having a good day to spend the rest of the evening out there to learn more on a Saturday evening. He loves to be on the water, loves to fish, and that's a lot of the reason why he's so good.
Loves to win as well. I think that's a great attribute out here. He's doing well here, Seth. Jason Christie and Seth Feider has now come back into second place after catching him some keepers after leaving that area. Here's Cold Sands.
Said he's lost several good fish this morning. Noticed one keeper when he switched up to
keeper.
Saw classics on this spinning rod.
Sitting out in front of this stuff, man. I think they're spawning out in front of that. Not a big one, but it's another keeper, I do believe. Yeah.
I think he changed hats after he lost his fourth fish this morning. Third or fourth?
Third or fourth, okay.
Yeah. Thought it was maybe a good luck hat, but I don't know if it's been such good luck.
The wind was starting to blow. Maybe he didn't want to lose it. It was like, you don't want to lose a lure, you don't want to lose a hat.
That's a good point. Probably what it is.
You can get Wesley Gore a keeper in the boat here, so he can get on with the proceedings.
Well, the wind's really picking up there.
Talked about 12 miles an hour today, I think. It's starting to get near.
There we go.
All right, Wesley.
Buddy, I gave it to that one. Do you want to say something? I yanked one out of the water in a minute. That's a decent one. Just got to keep slinging, brother, and you get them. We caught a bass! Got it, old chartreuse. That's really not a bad one. Maybe they don't care. take it. Number one, guys. We can weigh that one in.
That's a good keeper.
Yeah. 2.5 plus?
Yeah, I would think. Let's see Wesley do well today. It's
Four more.
great day 1 and 2.
He started 1
Four
pound,
more.
4 ounces back of Christie, and one of his heroes he really wants to beat.
Right?
Yeah.
You missed that one. I just yanked that one slap out of the water. That would have been a good shot. He was higher than me. Oh yeah, we'll get us another one. You just got to be stubborn.
Good one there for Wesley Gore. Swim jig. Bright chartreuse. Look like that may have even gone to a chartreuse skirt and trailer on this one. Definitely a chartreuse trailer has been a big key to his success.
Went in as a 2.5er.
Stronger winds caused problems for a lot of fishermen yesterday, including Wesley, but those were straight out of the north.
Yeah.
That's the worst direction this time of the year that you can have a wind blow 15 to 20 miles an hour like it did yesterday. Especially when most of our anglers are fishing 2 feet deep and less.
Yeah.
Gotta be hoping for a flurry like he had on day 1 and day 2. Had 2 4-pound-plus fish each day, and they happened within about 15 minutes of one another both days. So he needs that to happen for him here on the final day.
16 pounds, 8 ounces on day 1. Then he had those 4 and a 5 on day 2. 17-15 took the lead by about 2 pounds and change. But then day 3, just 9-14. Didn't have the big bites.
Have not seen him throw a spinnerbait this week. He's been swimming a jig and a lizard the entire time. It's interesting to watch. All these anglers are good. They wouldn't be fishing the Elite Series if they weren't good. They had to qualify to get here. But they have
It'd be
personality.
A really good day
Some of
to sell a
them
kite.
prefer some
We
lures,
should have a kite flying contest. I may be the
and others never throw them.
promoting sponsor of it at the marina. From now on, I'll just bring a bunch of kites. That way they can have something to do at the marina while they're watching us fish. Because I know if we're fishing any day, it's the Elite Series, the wind's gonna blow. I mean, we're on the Columbus pool, and it's white capping. I love it.
Got a good 4-box there. First, second, third, and fourth, and they are all 4 swimming a jig.
Yeah,
So,
how about that?
it's a bait of choice at the moment, no doubt. Different colors for all 4, but all swimming a jig. Christie picking up a soft plastic bait to flip a little.
Wind's there and they can't really feel it as good.
Temperature is warming as we go through the morning here. I know it's hard to feel that warmth when the wind's blowing fairly stiffly out there. Christie hooked up. Not
little guy.
Not going to be a keeper. Well, it's been trying this morning. It requires a lot of patience to stick with it, but I don't think anyone can count themselves out completely. There is no telling what may break loose this afternoon. Things warm up.
Especially with the water temperatures rising, like you mentioned.
Water temperatures coming up. Still got plenty of time to fish on Championship Sunday here at the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee River, and we will resume momentarily.
Hey guys, Justin Atkins, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, and today we're on the Tombigbee River, and I want to talk to you about the absolute gold standard in trolling motors, and that is the Minn Kota Ultrex Quest. This trolling motor is brushless, so it's super quiet and powerful, uses less energy than a brush trolling motor, and the ultra responsiveness of it is going to be super critical when I'm fishing around a lot of targets and cover. So you're really focused in on your fishing, you see a stump coming up, that Ultrex responds immediately to help me turn the boat, to avoid the cover, and with the energy saving features of it being brushless and the power, I can cover a lot of water and fish all day without worrying about running my batteries down.
Justin Atkins helping us out with Day on the Lake here while we're visiting the Tennessee-Tombigbee River. This is Championship Sunday here. We're going to decide a leader at the end of the day, but plenty of time for fishing. Between now and then, Jason Christie, the man on top. It was set up to be a battle between him and Seth Feider in one specific place out there. Seth Feider has sort of abandoned his part of that action there and moved on and actually had a little bit of success. Jason Christie, though, still with the lead, and a powerful lead right now as it stands. Wesley Gore now getting a little something going. About time for us to get into some top lures, and we have seen some interesting ones this week.
Absolutely, Tommy. We're here in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section. Ronnie Moore here with Davey Height and Davey. Spinner baits, man, they have caught them since the day they were introduced to the market and a bass saw them for the first time. But really for a few years, especially with bladed jigs coming around, crankbaits taking, you know, the heightened spotlight, spinner baits disappeared for a bit. But when we come to these dirty rivers, especially in the pre-spawn and early post-spawn time, that window, they thrive. And we know Jason Christie, one of the best with it. We got a couple different variations of spinner baits. Walk me through the process of deciding which ones to choose and why they thrive so much on a place like this.
So I'm partial to the spinnerbait. I won my first Bassmaster event ever on a double willow leaf spinnerbait like this one here. These blades on these baits make these baits fish different levels in the water column, different flash, different types of vibration. With this double willow combination, like we've seen Dakota use quite a bit, more flash, less thump, less vibration. Here you've kind of got the best of both worlds, combination of willow and a Colorado blade. Not very often did I ever use a trailer hook, but now is a time that I would use a trailer hook. A lot of these fish are spawning and just kind of nipping at the bait.
John Garrett caught one or two barely with the trailer hook, so he would have lost those maybe without.
But this is the bait that Jason Christie uses so much. It's a Booyah covert bait, a single Colorado blade with a trailer here. He really likes that subtle flash, just one thumping vibration going on under the water. And up here you see Indiana, Colorado with this bright. This is for really, really dirty water with this blue chartreuse and white, this red blade. And then up here a little further you have the different trailers. And these trailers do exactly what you would think they would do if you look at them right here. This trailer here actually has some vibration because you have this boot tail. It adds a little more water movement with these baits. If you want that bait to be subtle and not quite as much vibration, this straight tail bait. And then here you have bulk without the vibration. So a lot of different combinations with spinner baits for a lot of different reasons, but this is the one, this covert single Colorado bladed spinner bait that Jason Christie uses most of the time.
Tommy, we've got to see a swim jig, a flipping jig, spinner bait, bladed jig, square bill, topwater. Am I missing any? Wacky worm.
I think that's the major ones there for sure.
We've seen it all this week. Yeah, swimming a lizard.
Yeah, swimming a lizard.
There you go.
Made an appearance here, a rare sighting of the swimming lizard.
There
Wesley Gore style.
Rigging up that single Colorado.
Jason Christie still in the lead there, and as we just mentioned, he's kind of got this place to himself now, this big pond they've been working. He and Seth Feider gone on to.
Well, I'm debating on leaving for a little bit. Want to finish this pass. I think what this thing needs most of all is just some rest. So I'm debating. I got 30 minutes more till I get around this circle, and then just let them kind of tell me if I need to leave or not. I know that the last hour or two in here is going to be good, but if I can go somewhere else and pick up a couple, decent ones, then it'll help out, because we got a bunch of little males and we don't have what we need. But we still got 5 hours of fishing. And it just, literally, it can happen. Just boom, boom. Just need some females to swim around a little bit.
He'll be able to squeeze the last minutes out of this one. They're just a little bitty quick run over back to the check-in. So at the end of that 5 hours he mentioned, they can, if it turns on, then they can go to town.
Yeah, and I think what he mentioned there about this place needs rest, I agree with him 100%. To catch these fish, they need to set up on these targets, and even though you try to ease around as quietly as you can, it's shallow water. If he could get away from there for an hour or two, it would definitely help.
Man, and we saw yesterday when that sun got high, even with the cooler temperatures, those areas started to really heat up, the residual light and heat on those mats.
The mats.
And man, the afternoon was kicking for some guys who struggled in the morning. So this afternoon, if you haven't caught them so far, Davey, you're behind, but you are definitely not out of it.
Yeah, still plenty of places to investigate. Saw good catches right along Main River there. We see a lot of guys switch to Main River at the second half of the day. So who knows what's coming? We're expecting big things here. It's been required a lot of patience this morning, though. That is for sure.
Been slower than I think anyone expected this morning, but I really do believe it'll pick up this afternoon, and we'll see some people make a run at Jason Christie. I don't know if they're going to pass him, though.
If the tournament ended right now, we'd call it a success. So looking at our top 10 with the young and the old and the techniques we played and the lock and dam, Tennessee-Tombigbee showed up, and so did our anglers.
Got some INXT IndyCar racing coming up next from Barber. Final day coverage continues on Bassmaster.com, taking you all the way to weigh-in time. That's 3 local time, 4 Eastern. Thank you for being with us, and we'll see you next time on Bassmaster Live. Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. Never have had an Elite Series event here. Had an earlier version of the Elite Series way back in the day, more than 2 decades ago. And we are experiencing the best of it today. Well, at least the most important part of it anyway. Championship Sunday. 10 anglers left from our original 101. Jason Christie has the lead. Started the day with the lead, and he has shorn that lead up even a little bit more through the course of the proceedings. Seth Feider was fishing in that same area, small pond, but Seth has left for a different place, and Jason Christie is contemplating leaving for a while.
It's a big one, dude. It's a big one. It's a big one. Stay pegged. Stay pegged. Stay pegged. Get in here. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Come on. That's the kind we need right there. Remember the comeback fish. 4-pounder. Let's fucking go, dude. Might have been the decision of the week getting out of that pond. Oh, I hit spot lock too. I'm all screwed up. Got the poles down and spot lock.
That's exactly what them big ones are in, just some little, just enough room for one. All right, 2 more. 2 more of them. Is that a clean catch too? JM's just hitting home runs today.
From a tough morning to be the man on fire right now, Seth Feider.
I'm sure he was starting to second guess himself and making this move. The winning fish, he and Jason Christie both said are in that one pond over there, but now he is feeling like the smartest guy in the top 10. Made a move and caught 2 small fish, but that fish right there, he's exactly right. You don't have to tell Seth Feider. He knows those are game changers. That put him right back in the middle of this game.
4-pounder is a big, big deal out here on this waterway, and that is a timely one right there.
You will not find a more hopeful human being than a fisherman who changes game plans and gets immediate results. You can't tell them nothing, Davey. They are confident and know what they're doing now.
I'll cede that to them. It's not permanent. It's only temporary, but wow, it's great when it happens. Wonderful stuff from Seth Feider right there. Let's get out to John Garrett.
There we go. What a spotted bass. What is he doing in here? It's a decent spot too. Ain't the one I broke off. Look at that. He is not supposed to be back here in this backwater, but I'm glad he was. That's a really pretty one. There we go. I've thrown at that tree.
Welcome back.
20 times.
Action continues, and we're all sitting around here debating, is this going to be the championship Sunday that, what all was built up with all the hype, that's just going to quietly roll into the, to the history of the sport? I don't think so. I think Jason Christie may very well win this tournament, but Jason Christie is going to be threatened by Seth Feider, by Wesley Gore, by somebody in that top 10. Somebody's going to threaten him. And a guy that threatened the top 10. And boy, I would have loved you to be in it. The whole area would have loved you to be in it. Justin Atkins, how you feeling this morning?
I'm good. I'd really like to put my boat in this morning, though.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's good, though. I mean, there's a ton of guys that have fished tournaments on their home lakes, and they turned into 85 to 95s. I've done it.
Yeah.
I was like, Ronnie, Mr. Statsman, said I was like the most picked person to win ever at Pickwick in 21, and I finished about 85th. So I get it. So I'm blessed and happy to finish 12th, but I'd like to put my boat in this morning.
Even Jason Christie last year, tournament leader at 10 killer. I think everybody was ready to hand him the trophy. I don't think there's a human being alive that has spent more time on that body of water. And to your point, it can definitely turn south on you.
Oh, it happens.
Well, let's get caught up on everything that's been happening on the water right now with our midday report. Bassmaster midday report. Kick things off with your reigning Pro Guide Batteries Rookie of the Year, Tucker Smith. Has a long way to climb in that leaderboard, but has done his job climbing here today.
Yeah, 2 solid keepers in the boat so far. Put that one in as a 214, I believe, maybe a 212, and then another 2 1/4 here to go with it. You get to these non-forward facing sonar events, and there's a lot of eyeballs on the young guys to see how they will do. Tucker Smith is no stranger to this style of fishing. Cut his teeth on the Coosa River, swimming the jig, doing exactly what we're seeing him do here this week.
Left the dock in 3rd place, a former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Seth Feider. Been battling it out side by side with Jason Christie all week long and showing that sportsmanship is alive and well in this sport.
No doubt about it. Those two sharing water all week. Obviously got to see that on live yesterday. Focusing in on a swim jig bite has left that area. We just saw that catch just moments ago. Definitely a big shot across the bow for Seth Feider. It's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do for the rest of the day.
Well, here's the boogeyman right atop the leaderboard. Jason Christie, the man with the plan, saying, catch me if you can. And that is going to be a challenge here on Championship Sunday.
No doubt about it. Jason Christie is absolutely one of the best closers this sport has ever seen. When he has a chance to win, it is more often than not he is going to win. Obviously leading the pack after day 3. Focusing in on a Booyah covert spinnerbait, a single Colorado blade spinnerbait, a Booyah Mobster swim jig, and mixing in a little bit of a flippin' bite. Again, going to be interesting to see how that area plays out the rest of this afternoon. Every day of this tournament, we've seen somebody make a big move with a 4+ pounder, and it seems like in this tournament, the way it's playing out, whoever can do that inside the top 5 right now, really inside the entire top 10, could be the eventual champion, and I wouldn't take your eyes off of Jason Christie from being that guy.
Love watching him compete. I could watch Jason Christie pick
you
apart
go?
shallow water cover for
I've
the
been doing
rest
this a
of my
long
life and have a
time.
smile on my face. So let's do that right now.
And I still don't know you don't know the answer to it. It's gut feeling. And sometimes it works better for me. Like if I leave just for a little bit and be like, and just because you'll get out there and you'll tell yourself, man, I wish I was back in there. And if you get that feeling, then you just need to stay. I mean, and sometimes you just don't you don't make the right decision. And it's not like I got anywhere to go. I mean, it's no secret they let all the fish go around here, and I'm sure there's dudes fishing for them, and we might be one of them before it's all said and done. But I know that the winning fish is in here. I wish I would have talked to Seth before he left, if he's coming back or not, because I'd like to go that other side. But, and he left. And I just need one good bite to probably lock me in. But the more that wind blows, more chance of getting up there and eating. And you can just trick you can trick the other fish too. A lot easier. I mean, I'm sure these dudes got me on a clock. Here he comes. Here comes that old spinnerbait. I made a switch yesterday about this time and went around with the swim jig and caught a couple nice ones. So that's what we're trying now. I've literally made 3 casts with a wacky worm and had a bite. But there's just not a lot of targets. It's just, you look at it and you think, oh, there's targets everywhere. There's not a lot of like setup targets. It's not like stumps or anything like that where you can target something. It's just cover and water, and hopefully you make the right cast. And I was thinking, I haven't caught anything just on nothing. That'd be a stump down there, or you think it's on nothing until you get up there and it's on something.
How amazing is what we just learned? We've talked about how those two have fished the same area and respected each other's area. Seth Feider has left the area, and he's already showing him respect and saying, hey, I wish I'd talked to him to see if he's going to come back. And we'll see how it plays out. He may go over there, and he's within every right to go there. I mean, it's an open area. The fact that he's still respecting somebody after they left the spot, pretty impressive.
Now, that's what we're looking for.
I think he's about 6 inches long. Or gar.
Let's make a move to the biggest mover of the day so far, Tucker Smith. Second season on the Elite Series. He's your defending Pro Guide Batteries Rookie of the Year. Oof.
Might be a keeper.
That looked like fun, didn't it, Dave?
If you're into that kind of thing.
He's 14. 1 pound. Pound and a quarter. I got 3. I need 2 7s. No, I need a couple big bites. Put the poles down. Yeah, I mean what time is it? 10 something. Got plenty of time, and yeah, it's not an easy bite. I mean, it's just a grind. You gotta fish a ton of water to get bit, and there's fish here. There's fish all in this grass. They're just super smart. The water's stained, and we're having to swim this jig super slow, which I'm used to swimming a little bit faster, like back at home and stuff, but out here it seems like they want it super slow. I think a lot of them are on bed as well. So just trying to twitch it slow and make those fish mad, and they're just sitting under that grass. But if those clouds come out, I'd be excited, because that means they'll probably bite. That's when I caught my big ones. The second day is when the clouds came out, so if we get some cloud cover, might be pretty nasty. That one torpedoed on it. That was crazy.
Tucker Smith has proved he's a threat in all these events. No matter what the rule set is, he can catch them, obviously, with forward-facing sonar and without. And he kind of scoffed at the chance of winning this morning. He's like, I got a big mountain to climb. But I think that also makes him dangerous, because he feels zero pressure at this point.
I promise you, more times than not, when I thought I didn't have any chance at all, when it was all said and done, I had a pretty good chance. And because like you said, the guys that are leading get a little pressure on them. A couple things don't go right, and you're just out there willy-nilly, and it's like, oh, I caught one, I caught another one. You know, it just happens. So, yeah. There's a ton of big ones that live out there, and they've put all the big ones we've caught out there somewhere. Like, it could get crazy. I mean, he could get the bites. He's going to swim that jig past them today, I promise you.
How proud are you of this community after yesterday's weigh-in, awesome. Man? I mean this with nothing but respect. But this area, we've gone to a lot of venues that have a lot more infrastructure, that are a lot more set up. We're Columbus Marina. You know what I mean? Like this is
that would be nice.
A small group of people that made a giant effort, and the biggest group of people was that crowd that showed up yesterday, and it shows that we need to come back here.
Yeah, 1,000%. No, I mean, I said this 6 months ago. I'm like, I think it's a great tournament venue. You can lock a lot of different directions, do all kind of different things, fish all kind of different ways. It fishes good. I mean, dude, they caught them pretty good. You know, so like it fishes good all through the spring into the summer. And I said a lot of people would come to weigh in if we had one. And yesterday when I was coming to check in, I was like, all right, y'all don't make a fool out of me. And when I could just look out through the gap, I was like, yep, they showed up. So, man, it's awesome. I'm going to be interested to see who all comes today. It'll be good.
Yeah.
There's a fishing community here.
Sure is. They showed up, and they showed up in a big, big way, and we're sure thankful of all of them for making our events as special as they are. Where we go, Bassmaster fans show up, and they are truly stars of this sport. Right now, top of the leaderboard, the same guy who was leading when it started the day, Jason Christie. Can anyone catch one of the most feared anglers out there? Cal Jesse, you know what day it is. It's my favorite day of the week. It is Championship Sunday here at the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite on the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. And what a waterway it has been here this week. An incredibly compelling tournament to follow the whole way along. And the question is, can anyone catch Jason Christie, one of the best closers in the game? And let's be honest, the beginning of the season did not go to plan. Came into this event in 80th for Angler of the Year, or 90th, I believe. But that could rapidly change after this week and then our next event, which is like 30 minutes from his house. One he's been looking forward to. Let's get out in the water now.
Sorry, Wes.
With Seth Feider.
Feeling good. I mean, I don't have anything yet really, but stuff's starting to happen. Got one big one and a decent one since I left that area, and yeah, we're on the prowl now trying to make a move. Get on some fish that ain't beat to death. At least out here they recycle, you know what I mean? They recycle. There's new ones here every day. That place here fishing, I think they kind of live in there, and I'm kind of getting the vibe yesterday afternoon when they did start biting after I caught a few that there wasn't much left in there, and spent a bit of time in there this morning, never had a bite, and came out here and started catching. So this honestly is probably the best area on the lake, but this has had 50 boats fishing it for the first 3 days of the tournament. Now it's plausible it can be one out here now. There's big fish out here as well, so just hoping we can track down 3 more of them and make a run at this thing. But feeling good right now. I feel like my decision was the right one to get out of there. Got rewarded with a 4-pounder and a 2-pounder, and then we just need a couple more biggins. But I'm feeling better about leaving. It's kind of nerve-wracking leaving the honey hole, you know.
So, by the sounds of it,
what's going to happen there, but I mean, there's only so many fish in there, only so many big fish in there. I think most of them have been weighed in, so.
By the sounds of it, we get our answer. Jason Christie wondering if he's coming back, and he may come back. But he's feeling good about leaving there, and this is that moment where, you know, the result always controls the narrative. Seth Feider leaves there, and if he goes and wins this tournament, we're like, what a genius Seth Feider was for leaving there. If Jason Christie stays there and hammers them, people will be like, why would you leave, Seth? Like, the result always controls the narrative.
1,000%. Yeah, no, 1,000%. And I mean, I don't know, dude. One of them two's going to win, though. Just the zone they're fishing, the way they're fishing. I mean, like Seth said, there's always fish that are pulling up. I mean, there's the boat ramp right there behind him is where every tournament goes out of. They dump them back twice a week right there. And so I don't think I think that a guy fishes down a stretch of grass doesn't get a bite while he wasn't up there. Well, in between the next boat coming, one slides up there to get him a crawdad. That crawdad comes swimming over, you know what I mean? And he gets caught. And my whole life, there's been people that just fish in the pits all day. And they catch them. You know what I mean? And I personally didn't like the feeling of I'm fishing behind somebody. But for 20 years of my life, I've seen this very thing happen. And, you know, it's just whoever's going to swim that big one up. And I do like the fact that Seth is out in the pits. I think he's got the opportunity to run into the stretch where a few of those fish have showed up that somebody hadn't fished down. Seth and Jason going around and around in a hole.
Pound and a quarter.
They pick it pretty clean, you know, and where that is, there is a little bit of a deep run that kind of goes back in there. What that is Old Kitty Creek run with a slough off the side of it is what they're fishing in. And it just, it's got them. And I mean, Christie could ice the cake in there.
Sick bite.
But Seth's fishing where it could happen. Where he could go down a stretch. It's got bite after bite after bite after bite, you know, so. I don't know. I'm glad that one of them left, so we get to find out.
Number 4 for Tucker Smith. We just saw him put that keeper in the boat.
Perfect amount of wind, not too much.
And Mercer, to your point, a few segments ago, you made the point that it would be shocking after all week of everybody talking about how making adjustments, making a change would be critical, that it would be shocking to see one or two, either of those two guys win out of one area. And now to see both of those guys move out and do something a little bit different. It's not like they made a long run or anything, but I mean, they're absolutely having to change up here on Championship Sunday.
I think Christie went to Aberdeen the first 2 days.
He definitely started up there on day one. I know that.
He finished in that area. I know.
So he came back. And
he came back and he finished there on day, and that's why they didn't know until day 2. So Christie caught his weight that afternoon on day 1. Then day 2 they roll in, and Christie thought he had it himself. Then Seth rolled in. And
well, you know what's funny? He almost didn't have it to himself because he almost had me too. Because day 1, when I come out of the lock, I run around to the chute and fish down the chute because it had current in it because it just locked. That's a traditional place where when we lock, I try to get to it real quick because they just filled the chamber and drew water, and the chute going in there gets a lot of current in it.
Yeah.
So I go throw a spinnerbait down through there, and I get to the end to hang a right to go over in that pocket.
It's fishing.
Man, I got a good bag, and I ain't been out there in a long time. If I get out there and get stuck, whatever, I'm just going to go back out in the pits. And I jerked the control motor up and left. I mean, I was 30 feet from where he was swimming a jig a minute ago. I just had to get on around that point.
Oof.
And, I mean, it's whatever. I'm not saying I got a bite or nothing, but I go in there and catch one, then I'm like, hey, maybe they're still out here all these years later.
And maybe it affects all of you.
And then
you put
us,
another boat there, and maybe none of you are
top
there.
10. That's right. No,
Well, and that would make Wesley Gore so happy right now.
Well, I'll take it one step further than that. Brandon Polnick told us this morning that he almost ended up there on day 1. So another guy that could have changed the trajectory of this tournament.
So like I said, that's going off into a ifs and buts for candies and nuts. You know what I mean? It's fun to think about, but it's like, golly, Justin, you were kind of close there, bud. But
I know I've kind of beaten this to death, but it keeps screaming to me about how much I'm really falling in love with a system that I wasn't a huge fan of in the beginning when we went to the 50-50. But I love what we're seeing. We're seeing an Angler of the Year race that's changing more than we've ever seen because everybody's going to have a bomb. You're not safe anymore. Nobody's safe. And your ultimate Angler of the Year is going to be somebody who catches them doing both things.
Yeah, 1000%. No, it's cool. I really enjoyed this year. I didn't really enjoy Martin, not the fishery. I just didn't catch anything. I'm not real sure what I did that week, but it's been fun.
And look who's leading Angler of the Year. Somebody who we all would look at and say he is very proficient in forward-facing sonar and proficient in old-school fishing, John Garrett.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. My first thought is no, but maybe. I don't think I want to put him in there.
Throw him in there, John. You can always throw him back later.
I may have touched another time, but I ain't messing with him.
Bigs only.
Got no time for that. Let's head over to Wesley Gore. One fish in the box so far. I don't think we'll see him play small ball today. For a while yesterday, he went and caught some spots, but he knows he's got to catch him here today.
I don't know.
I think it's so funny that everybody we've seen has been in the pit because I like to set that. First one for blast off, I'm like, I was smart to get right out there and put my trolling motor down and not pick it up. And I would never put gas in my boat this week. But I
Yeah. Are you using funny as a
chill, buddy?
I mean, is the emotion really different on the inside? Funny when it comes out of your mouth, or
no? Like I can't do it. I couldn't do it if you told me that. I knew this was how this would play out, and I still can't go out there and do that.
Why?
Because, dude, when you put 40 boats out there, you are always fishing behind somebody.
Yeah.
But it's just where most of them live. Because anytime you get river current, it's going to put them out there.
Yeah.
You know.
And I would imagine, so you said there's a lot of current from the locks that roll through there?
Correct. And so it makes there's all kind of little places right out there where you'll get a seam or something when they lock that run over and get a bite. You know, it's just, it happens.
And we had more locking this week.
1,000%.
Like the locking percentage of this river went way through the roof. So it leads to it. But I still say what we've seen so far for this championship Sunday has been kind of a sleepy championship Sunday. I am expecting fireworks. Somebody is going to challenge Jason Christie. He will earn this title. He may very well win it, but he will earn it. Welcome back, Championship Sunday. The hours tick away, and we keep waiting for fireworks to go off, and I still stay steady with my prediction. We are going to see our eventual champion. If it is Jason Christie, he is going to be challenged, and that challenger may very well be his closest pursuit, Seth Feider, who has scrapped it, left the area that they both milked so perfectly to a top 3 finish going into the final day. And he's left there. He is making a move, making a challenge, and trying to chase down Jason Christie, but not looking at him this time. Jason Christie has stand pat. He's staying in that area, and Wesley Gore has been doing more moving and trying different things that we've seen all week long, it feels like, Kyle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the first 2 days was as consistent as anybody in the field. Had, you know, well over 16 pounds both days. Really relied on a shad spawn bite. That kind of died off on him yesterday and today, but definitely got to keep an eye on.
So something that I think could happen. Yesterday, the shad kind of got to spawning when it finally warmed back up a little. And so, I mean, if Wesley's got the area they're spawning, some bites can
definition
generate
of a grinder,
as
day
the day
2.
gets on up, for sure.
Second day after the cold front, the wind has changed direction. It's coming out of the southeast now. I like the south, I hate the east. But we went, you know, we caught a couple spots this morning, and we've literally went hours without a bite. Just picked up that vibrating jig again and had a couple bites. I had a mudfish, bowfin, and another 2 bites. So, you know, right now I'm trying to determine, like, are these all bowfin that are hitting this thing, or are they bass? I still like it because a bite's a bite. You know, we're getting some signs of life, but I need to see one of these fish. So I've got 3 bites. No bass, haven't caught a bass in hours, and, you know, trying to get something going. Here's the thing. I really think I could run around and catch spotted bass, but a limit of spotted bass is 10, 12 pounds is the top of what I could catch there. And my mind right now at least is not catch 10 or 12 pounds. My mind is catch 15 pounds. So how do I do that? How do I catch 16 pounds and have a chance to win? It's not going to be on spots, right? So still grinding for largemouth. 12 o'clock's my number. If by 12 o'clock things aren't going good, that's about an hour and a half, I might rethink that and try to catch 3 more spots to get a limit. But right now, I'm thinking about a big largemouth. That's what I need to win. So.
Great to have Iaconelli back here in Championship Sunday, and he's pretty excited to be here. And look at one of those fish catches from earlier this morning, proving just how excited he is. I think geese are excited to have him here too.
God, the size of that spot, dude. It's 2.5 pounder, 2 1/4. Holy smokes, dude. It's working. It's working. I say, we like the rhombus math teacher. We like the rhombus math teacher. It's working. It's working. Let's go.
I wish my brain worked like that.
Yeah, well, there's more to that story. More to that story. Grade 8.
This place is spot on.
Grade 8, Mike Iaconelli got suspended for singing that song, him and Brian the Carpenter. They called her Rumbus. Her name was Miss Mallory. Grade 8, I believe, math teacher, obviously. And it worked for Iaconelli today, but in grade 8,
I can feel him pushing.
Iaconelli got suspended, and nobody in the fishing world is shocked to hear that Mike Iaconelli and Brian the Carpenter got suspended. But shout out Miss Mallory, the Rumbus math teacher.
That's too big.
I can't imagine having him in my class.
I wish
especially with Brian.
I wish I got suspended for things that kind.
You think you would throw something back there and catch him.
My mom probably preferred me not talking about what I got suspended for.
I can feel him blowing on it, you know? Oh, that song. Oh, well, that was a combo song of an old Soul Sonic Force Africa Bambata song from the 80s. If you're a fan of old school hip hop and breakdancing, you know Africa Bambata and the Soul Sonic Force. But I converted that song in grade school, and that was a song about my 8th grade math teacher. So shout out to Mrs. Malloy. Hope you're doing good. I'm going to try to put a small bait on if I can keep from breaking it off. It seems like every time I tie one of these on, I break it off. But
he decided to leave the suspension part out of it, which he's a professional.
Well, he's still fishing. We're not, so we can talk about that.
My sources don't lie. I mean, he too was suspended alongside him.
I don't know, you know, you have some fish biting it and they're not getting it. So it makes you, that to me, my mind goes to what do I need to change to get them to eat it? So, you know, color, is it, you know, is it the type of trailer? Maybe that trailer has too much action. So I'll make a change here. So we're actually gonna go one size down. We're going to go to a 3/8, and it's a compact version. And I'm going to change the trailer from a lot like we did yesterday with the flipping bait. Sometimes the high action trailer is not as good, so we'll put this on smaller, more subtle, and a little bit different trailer. And we'll see if this does the trick. Definitely getting some bites and just can't figure out how to connect with them.
Let's make a move for Mike Iaconelli, although I don't want to leave him, I'll be honest. I mean, I feel like it's been a while since we've had him here in Championship Sunday, and it took him being back in the mix for me to realize just how much I've missed watching Iaconelli.
No doubt.
It is an emotional roller coaster. But a guy whose roller coaster has been nothing but going the right direction since Lake Fork last year.
Some new water.
Dakota Ebare currently in 5th place.
Trying to get on something, man. I'm about to go back to that stuff on the main river that I fished yesterday and got a lemon off of, and I'm hoping maybe I can get another lemon off of it again today. Truthfully, I don't feel like that's the winning deal. You know, I was hoping that my cypress trees would reload, or I fished some new water back in there and hoping I could find a stretch that had some new fish that pulled up on it, but I just ain't run into none yet, you know. But today's kind of one of them hero zero kind of days, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm not gonna hang my head if I don't, you know, if I only weigh 1 or 2 fish, if I know that I fished the way that I felt like I needed to have a chance to win. You know, I mean, anybody's got a shot today. You just got to find a stretch of fish that are fresh and wanting a bite, you know, and so that's what we're doing, kind of running some new water and just kind of keeping an open mind today. I mean, that's just, you know, this place has gotten, the entire system has gotten a ton of pressure, you know, all week long. It's hard to find something that hadn't been fished. So, but a guy that could find something that's new and fresh could win. You know, so that's kind of what we're looking at today, at trying to do. But I am going to circle back through that main river stuff and see if I can't pick up a couple keepers. This morning it wasn't really happening good, just didn't feel like they were biting. But maybe they'll be biting better this evening.
He's in the place. So I missed the tree deal in Rivermont. He's in a place, that's what we call it, as Rivermont. When I was a kid, that was the only place to fish. It was full of milfoil, coontail, whatever it was. I'm not a scientist. But it would just be mats of it out there.
Yeah.
And there'd be 40 boats going to Rivermont, and we'd all just be fishing out in the mats. And that zone still has them, but I never had to fish trees growing up. And I did a little in Price, got a bite or two, but I was like, man, it just doesn't look the same. I didn't spend a lot of time. But they still live down there, and Dakota figured out how to get the bites. When it warms up, he could be somebody to watch here in a little bit.
So they live there.
They live there. Big time.
Well, it definitely seems like Dakota Ebare spends a lot of time where they live. Welcome back. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. And it is a great Sunday for our third championship Sunday of the 2026 Bassmaster Elite Series. It's the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite on the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway, and that's a great aerial shot of just a little fraction of the forests and obstructions that anglers have had to traverse here this week. Top of the leaderboard, though, Jason Christie hasn't traveled a long way from takeoff. Playing close to home, but with 52 pounds, 5 ounces. The question is, can anyone chase him down? Seth Feider has gotten one spot closer than he was at takeoff. Can he continue to narrow that lead by making it an audible? First time he moved out of that area, but we had a big move yesterday, and that was Mark Menendez. The media trailer lit up when we heard what was claimed to be a 7-pounder, ended up being a 6-pounder, but one big bite goes a long way, and it put Mark Menendez in our top 10.
I had so much confidence in my first area. I needed to go in there, and it was a place I've been getting multiple bites. It seemed really dead in there today. Is it from educating all the fish that have been in there? I don't know. But I didn't get but one little bite in there. So I moved to my secondary place where I caught the old big girl yesterday, and I've been getting tons of bites in here. I've had 2 bites in here, and they were peanuts. Have I fished these areas out too hard? Probably. But as many as I've caught in here, I know they're still swimming in here. They just got dentist appointments after I've caught them all this week. But this area I'm in now, I felt like the fish were just getting here. And I had hoped a few new ones would get in here and I would find them, but that's not happened. So I'm going to scrap everything here in a little bit and just go spend the rest of the day just fishing shallow and nothing to lose and everything to gain kind of attitude. So I feel very little pressure. I sure would like to get a bite or two, just to get me back in the game mentally. But it's something's different today in the areas that I've visited so far. I don't know whether it's the pressure, whether weather hasn't changed that much, but it's definitely different for me.
Justin, am I crazy, or is that an area you and I spent some time in?
That's exactly where we went.
Of course it's different. It's Championship Sunday. Famous words of Aaron Martin's once, I remember, and he'd been on a streak where he didn't kind of close the deal. But he ended up winning that event in Havasu, and I pulled up to him that morning on Sunday, and I'm like, and I could never talk to Aaron without being Aaron. Like, unless we were on microphone. Every time I was like, bro, you catching them? He's like, no, bro, they're not eating at all. I'm like, why? Because it's Championship Sunday, bro. They never eat on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, me and Kyle come and rode around a couple months ago and did a little filming, and I took him back in that pond. And I never went back this week. I felt like somebody ended up calling that home, and I knew that I wasn't going to fish up here until maybe day 3 or day 4, and I was worried that, by then somebody staked that out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good place. I mean, there's a lot of fish that live in that zone, and it's one of the few good spawning areas in that part of the river that still exist. So one of the best was across the river, but it's filled in. You can't get in it now, but it used to be 4 big lakes over there that you could go back through. And the biggest bass ever caught in this river was in there. It's like 8-something. Caught it off the bed. But no, Mark's in an area that they definitely live around. But I don't know how much he's fished in there the first 4 days. But there's only so many that, and we just don't have the weather for a crazy amount to just keep coming, because they start spawning here in late February, and I've caught them all the way through May off the bed, but the afternoon today is when it's gonna get one. Could some show up in there and start biting, him catch a good limit, make a big move, absolutely. But I expect that out of Christie and Feider too. 11 to weigh-ins the witching hours. So, like yesterday,
So right when we get off the air.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Proving once again the universe hates us.
Yeah. No, that second day I struggled until 11 o'clock, and I started getting bites, and I caught my bag, in just a couple hours. And I decided yesterday, like, I'm gonna go somewhere I can just catch some until 11 o'clock, and then we'll go fish for, this shallow grass, lay down stumps, whatever. So, I mean, right now it seems slow, but I'm expecting. Feider's the one that I think's got the best opportunity. He's got 2 more to put in his box, and it ain't gotten good yet for him.
Yeah.
It's gonna get good here in a little while.
When you break down the Bass Track numbers, which we've kept a close eye on the last 3 days, it bears out exactly what you said. Like from 11 to 1, if you break the day up into 2-hour windows, 11 to 1 has by far been the most 3+ pounders on Bass Track that have come in. It seems like that's where, again, Mercer, to your point, a lot of guys have made their tournament to this point in that window.
1,000%.
Make a move from Mark Menendez. Our day 3 Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader, or winner, I guess, because day 3 is over. To somebody with 0 pressure, nowhere to go but up, qualified in 10th place, former Classic qualifier Cole Sands. A heck of a mandolin player.
Didn't know that.
That one's a keeper. Are you sure it looks like a release fish? He's all beat up looking. Sucker drilled it, dude. I don't know. It's got to be a release fish. I mean, look at his fins, but he don't look 14 inches to me. Maybe. Maybe. Dude. Hey, Shrank.
He's probably a release fish. It may just not be for this tournament.
Man, that sucker throttled it.
Game warden said, son, you got to throw that one back.
No, I mean, there's a ton that just live there,
Yeah, this is clearly not the only tournament.
No. But no. No, like I said earlier, this is a fishing community. They like to get out there and bass fish. And for good reason, man. It's fun.
Yeah.
You kind of alluded to it earlier, but, since the time that you grew up fishing here, how much has the river changed?
It's changed a lot. They had a couple really bad floods. One of them, there's a grain bin up the river. They keep barges tied up at. One of them broke free and actually got stuck on the dam.
Oh my! Wow.
And it caused it to get crazy high. Like they were worried about it breaking the dam. They were worried about it flooding Columbus. Like it was a bad deal. It's all over the internet. You can Google it. And there's a picture of this barge stuck in the gates, and the water's having to like go over it.
Oh,
it's
wow.
bad. And something about there's so much sediment in the water that when you have a flood, when it settles, it fills so much in. And there was actually a place out in front of the lock that was a deep run that I used to catch them off of in the summer. And a couple of years ago, I came back, went there and looked, and it's like 2 foot deep everywhere out there. And so it does change a lot. But with that being said, it's not always to the negative, because there was banks I caught them on this week that I didn't think used to be very good, but now they're deeper. And it's that. So like, as much as it changes for the bad in one way, it always makes something else better. So it's just always a revolving door, really. And the place has a lot of bass in it. Like that was my trip here a couple years ago, just on a whim, taught me that, because it was in the summer and I just caught a ton of bass. I'm like, all right, they live in here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get discouraged if you're not getting bites.
Let's head back to Mark Menendez.
That one handcuffed me.
And with good timing.
That could have been ugly if he'd have been of any stature. Oh, fatty. Yeah, he's got something in his gut. Something hard. We got weights and fit. Yep, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Oh, no.
You know those guys, those walleye guys that did that?
Who is this cameraman?
Counterfeiting. Got another one and the other one they got him for poaching a deer.
I think there was just news that someone just did it in Fort.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now.
John Simeone with the timely line. It's about the only time I've ever laughed at that. I'm so tired of hearing about those idiots. Wait, but that's about the only time I've ever laughed at it. So great timing, John. Man, a fun tournament. I keep waiting for the fireworks to go off. Justin Atkins, who's going to win this event?
Seth Feider. So I'm going to put my money on.
I like it. I like the cut of your jib.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Championship Sunday all day long here. The 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite at the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway here in Columbus, Mississippi. 10 anglers on this final day, as always, for Championship Sunday. The veteran Jason Christie started the day with the lead. He stretched that lead out to 6 pounds and more during the course of the day, but both he and Seth Feider have abandoned this spot, this big pond where they first started, where they'd finished yesterday. And it was Seth Feider who gained the most from that move. Catching what's magic around here, a 4-pounder, and that changes the face, that changes the landscape, and now it's still a good race. They're just going at it from different places.
They definitely are. Seth Feider has made this a very interesting race between him and Jason Christie. Only a pound 15 back unofficially, and 2 fish shy of a limit.
Yeah.
Man, it's been pretty tough, but I've got 4 fish right now. I'm still grinding away. It's not easy, but I like a grind. And just swimming this jig around this grass, any cast could be a big one. I mean, it's just a reaction bite. So there's fish under this grass. I mean, I saw a bunch in practice. I saw a bunch the first day, and just swimming this jig through it. Trying to change up my retrieve faster and slower, because it seemed like the morning they wanted a little bit slower, and then as that sun gets up, I'm going to speed up my retrieve a little bit more, since those fish are going to get a little more active once that sun gets up. These fish are, a lot of them are spawning, or at least I think they are, because when I catch one, they're usually peeing and have orange eyes. So that's why they're even trickier to catch, as they're on bed. But keep making a bunch of casts and hopefully catch a couple big ones.
Signs and indications you need to keep in mind when you're fishing this time of year.
Staying totally clear of that. Not going to touch that at all.
Only applicable to fish, specifically largemouth bass.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes.
That's good to know.
Yes, yes.
Tucker Smith certainly proven himself this. We had a little bit of a slower start on Monday, but he's been super solid ever since.
The youngest in our top 10 at 24 years old.
Yep.
We have the oldest angler in our Elite Series field, Mark Menendez, in our top 10, 62.
Oh, wow. I just hadn't really thought about that, but we have the youngest and the oldest lead angler in our top 10.
Well, Fisher and I is our youngest.
Yeah, that's right. He's not the youngest.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Among the young guys.
Fire broke.
Could have done without that. Could have done without that.
What the world?
Could have done without that.
Another look at that. He just broke off. Like maybe it was down in his reel.
Let's watch.
No, it broke in the water. I think
I saw it pop in the water, but I don't see. Yeah. He grabbed the line.
Dang.
But it
didn't even get to turn it a little bit.
It wasn't 5-pounder. Huh? Okay. Yeah. Broke off about a 2.5-pounder. Came out and swiped at my swim jig. Flipped my cricket in there a few times, and he bit, and I teed off on him and popped my knot. So, unfortunate turn of events, but we ain't gonna let it stop us. I got more bass to catch. He'd have helped, but at least it wasn't a giant. And it broke so quick, I doubt it, but there's a 0.01% chance he might bite again, but I think I hooked him.
Yeah, like we were saying, he didn't hit him hard enough to turn him, so his hope is that it was, he's biting the line, or the tension broke right there, and he didn't even get the hook in his mouth or face as much.
It's back over to Michael Iaconelli.
I don't know, man. Just tough. There's one big one. Yes! All right. Got the puberty all over again. That fish is ready. Here we go. The puberty. 2-pounder. So maybe they were bites with a chatterbait. Dude, I mean, dirt shallow, just like those other, we had like pushes. And if you're watching this, I don't know if you're watching this or not, but if you're watching this, so this bait, what'll happen is they'll come behind it, and you feel the vibration die because it's drafting it, just like NASCAR, if you're a NASCAR fan. And I had a couple back there just kind of, like woof it. And I don't know if they were bass or mudfish or what. They were bass. That's a 2 1/4 pounder. Come on, let's go, let's go! Two more. Oh man, I'm hot now. I'm taking my clothes off, baby. Come on, I got my flame shoes, everything. Look at these flame shoes for him. Look at this. This is the year of the horse, the fire horse, guys. I don't know if you knew that. In Chinese New Year, Chinese astrology, this is the year of the fire horse. And guess what? I'm the horse.
Well, there you go.
I'm the freaking horse, dude.
It's meant to be.
I'm the freaking horse, dude. I'm the horse. Come on.
Ain't no doubt about that.
Come on.
Somebody says it's going to be hard to replace his antics. I got a nominee, Kyle Patrick. How about him?
Well,
he's got to catch him a little bit.
They have some similarities.
He's got, he's got some work to do.
Both
I mean, to get to that level, though.
Northeasterners.
Yeah. But we love it.
To
We enjoy
maintain it for 31 years is
man,
was amazing.
That's staying
to me.
power.
He got
Crispy.
Live. Well, we're about to make a move. I've lost what confidence I've had in here. I mean, I'm gonna come back, no doubt, but I feel like I need to go run around. I don't even think that one's gonna help. Yeah, about time to make a move. Excuse me. The water in here is getting dirty, and they're gonna. There's no use. I mean, like that 1 to 2 o'clock is gonna be. There'll be some get up there and set up. Now, whether they're big or not, I don't know, but we just gonna. There's no use sitting here and waiting for that when I can go run around and for a little bit and see if I can catch one or two. Maybe we don't come back. Maybe they're biting outside, but the wind is rocking in here and not complaining about it other than the fact that we've made a million circles in here. It's just time to change.
Got time for the old lizard to pay off.
Yeah, a stealth, kind of a stealth move.
Stealth
the lizard.
Move.
Sneak down there and get one.
Gore took our lead after day 2 of this event, after a 16 and a half and a 17+ pound day, but yesterday under 10 pounds dropped him back a spot and about a pound or so behind our leader, Jason Christie. We were talking about Iaconelli's first top 10 since 2023 at Seminole. This is his best 2 event stretch. 2 cuts in a row he's made since that year. He hadn't made 2 cuts back to back since that year.
Oh my gosh, really?
Top 50s.
Fascinating to watch what goes through these guys' minds, their thought processes during the day. If you'd like to get even closer than watching them on Bassmaster Live, you can take the ride of your life. You can sign up to be a Bassmaster ambassador in the boat during a full tournament day, a full tournament. You can sign up for the whole season if you want to. Just click the QR code there and reserve your spot today. Back to the action here at the 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite. This is the big day, Championship Sunday. 10 anglers out there in Dakota Ebare. Sort of a slow start to his day. Everyone kind of thinking he's got the potential for some size if he can get him going, get him biting. Out here where he's fishing. Dakota in 6th as it stands right now.
He's got our big bag this week, 18-6.
Look at that big son of a gun. Look at that big son of a gun. Dude.
That thing is,
A biggin. A biggin. That's why you keep freaking working.
that's a game changer, bro.
How about that big bad boy? You was sleeping.
I was texting with the network.
Dude, that's why you just keep on hustling, man. You keep scrapping, you keep fighting, you keep working. How about half? Big bad boy. Look at that. He's skinny, spawned out, hungry, good. Take your ride in the nitro. Hang out with us for a while.
Boy, what did we say about size right before we
Oh,
went
yeah.
to- yeah. He's in the place.
You were sleeping, Tommy.
That was a great recovery from deep sleep, I got to tell you right there. You got the whole thing for it.
I was texting.
Yeah. He's no harm done. That's a good coverage right there, and what a momentous catch for Dakota Ebare, for whom it's been slow, as we just said, all morning long. But that is turning things around right there. He stands only 3 pounds 10 ounces back of our leader, Jason Christie.
It's like if your slow periods can be 2-pounder, 2.5-pounder, 2-pounder, and then you catch a 5-pounder, all of a sudden you're going from this has been just a whatever day to, okay, we got the recipe. Just got to put the rest of the cake together.
It's a 410. It's our Phoenix Boats Big Bass.
We talked about this morning. Starting really with him and on down to 10th place, I felt like
No,
they'd have to have
feels
a
good. I mean, I had the
4+ pounder to
same-
have a chance. He's got his in the boat.
exact start last year. That was a little better, but I got to keep this going all year. I don't know what happened last year. I was fishing the same, just didn't get bit. Fished good and free, but feels good to start the season off on the right foot, and happy with my finishes, but really disappointed in some of my execution this year. And I know that whoever ends up winning Angler of the Year at the end of the year is probably not going to look back and say that. So I got to straighten that up. But no, feels good. Could be a lot worse, that is for sure. Would love to climb a few spots today. Really looking forward to Arkansas River next week or a couple weeks, whenever. I need some revenge on that place. So we'll love to go there and do well. Going to go there and do well. That's the goal.
Talked about execution not being quite what he wanted it to so far this year. He's exactly right. To challenge for Angler of the Year, you can't have all these the one that got away stories. It just does not work. These guys are too good. If you lose some key fish, you might make the classic, but I don't know of anyone ever winning Angler of the Year and having a lot of the big one got away stories.
So back to Ebare. He goes from one fish in the live well.
And we got a little pep back in the step now, man.
Poundage in the live well. Still 3 to go for a limit. That is a huge change in your status.
Got an area I've been kind of wanting to fish since practice. I got a big bite right over there where I caught that big one a while ago in practice, but I just haven't made it back over here. And today, everything I've been doing kind of ain't been working, so I said, well, let me slide in there and see what it looks like. Pull it right up there on that point with that grass. Man, that was an awesome bite. Told my cameraman, I said, man, I feel like I'm awake again. Like I can hear the birds chirping. It's a beautiful day again all of a sudden. You know, it's just, you get so locked in, you kind of like grinding, you're not struggling. And then all of a sudden it's like, good day. Well, we got a long ways to go, but man, that's the start. I mean, that's the bite. That's the kind of bite you need to have a chance to win this thing. And I've been saying that all day long. And you know, I got back out there on the main river, and the current is just not like it was. You got a big south wind blowing, and I don't know if they're just not pushing up as much water today, or what. But it just doesn't seem right out there, and I'm not getting. I mean, it was easy to get bit out there yesterday, and I'm not getting any bites, so I bailed on that pretty quick, especially knowing that's probably not like a winning pattern. You know, like I just don't feel like it is. I feel like this is something I could potentially win off of, so I'd rather spend my time doing this, you know, anyways. Just knowing the potential. Like I think, you know, if I had a great day out there catching spotted bass, I'd have 13, 14 pounds. If I had a great day doing this, I'd have 17, 18 pounds again and have a chance to win it. So that's what I need to be doing anyway. I just got to follow the sign.
I agree with what he's saying there, that out on the main river, a lot of those fish are spotted bass, and they're going to be, you know, the 2-pound range. For him to have a chance to win, and I thought this morning he was the farthest one back that I really had a gut feeling could win, because of the big string he had on day 2, but then also yesterday was slow for him, but the wind really hurt him, the way he's fishing around the base of these cypress trees and cypress knees up super, super shallow, these undercut type banks. But I still think, not just because he caught the 410, he's still have to look bottom line. He's only caught 3 fish today. So I agree with what he's saying, that 2 more bites doing this, he has a chance to win. You go out there on the river, 2 more bites, probably not going to help him win. You're going to more than likely be 1.5 pounds to 2.25 pound spotted bass.
Obviously in a protected area here, and wind out there is going pretty good, and not supposed to even start to abate. It's coming from the southeast and not going to abate till about check-in time.
Yeah, I guess it's the direction of the wind. That north wind was really beating up.
That was what was killing his place.
Yes, yeah. You can just look at his feet there. He was up on his toes. 15 minutes ago, it was just kind of ho-hum. Can't believe I'm not getting bites.
Yeah.
So many targets.
Pretty soon, it may be necessary for Jason Christie to get a significant upgrade here, because he's got behind him Seth Feider with 2 to a limit still.
Yeah.
Just less than 2 pounds back, and Dakota Ebare 3 to a limit.
Yeah.
Watching the map, and Christie just kind of moved west from that spot just recently.
I think Christie is sandbagged a little with his weight.
Mm-hmm.
But even with that, I think he's got to upgrade a little bit to win, because this Feider only unofficially up 2 pounds back with less than the limit, 2 fish less than the limit, and like you said, Dakota he catch 3 2-pounders, and
yeah,
either one of them's ahead of him.
Yeah. Which Christie says that the last 2 hours at that place, his main pond there, is going to be the magic time.
Yep, and I think super smart move on his part to let it rest until the last hour or so, and then go in there. Should be his best chance to catch a big one.
Pretty close, actually, when you look at it. A lot closer than it was 3 or 4 hours ago, that's for sure.
Yes.
That's kind of the way the day's progressed, but still. Jason Christie hanging on to that lead as it stands right now. Seth Feider, big move of the day. Dakota Ebare with a significant move just a few minutes ago. 4-pound, 10-ouncer to put himself right in the middle of the conversation.
Going into this tournament, I was actually more worried about this tournament than any I've had so far. I was like, man, I just don't need a bomb. In practice, I'd found just enough bed fish to get through one good day. Then after that, I was just going to have to go and kind of make it up as I go. And the weights are tight. Just blessed to be in the position I'm in, and can't wait to go tomorrow. It should be fun.
Cole Sands came here ready to catch some fish. He really wanted to get into that Bassmaster Classic here in Knoxville, Tennessee, and his stomping grounds. He lists his favorite lakes as Watauga and the Upper Holston, up in the headwaters of the Tennessee River up there.
Guides up
didn't
there
get to
now.
go. Just missed out by a hair, right?
By a spot.
Yeah.
By a spot. A point or two. And like Such said,
by 4 ounces.
All of those duplicate winners that worked down the line and kept moving the Elite Series guys in, if one Nation guy, Chris Miller, finishes third, he doubles, and Cole makes it in, but instead he finished fourth. Dylan Nutt finished third. Dylan Nutt wins the Classic.
Dylan Nutt was the last guy to weigh in, knocked him out by 4 ounces.
3 years. And I mean, I've been close a few times, and had a few fish stories like we all do. But last year at St. Clair, I finally broke in with the top 10, and really, just was kind of a confidence booster, and it feels good to get a top 10 here. It's been hard fought, and I've had to make changes every day. Believe it or not, even with my 2 fish right now for about 3 pounds, this isn't my slowest day so far. Every day this week's been a lot of last-minute heroics in the last hour or so. It seems like at about 1 o'clock, just gotta keep the pace. I'm trying a lot of new stuff out. I have a lot of confidence in what I'm doing. This area's been pounded. That's why I've shot on a spinning rod in grass. Usually I would not do that, but when it's the only way to get a bite, you gotta do what you gotta do. But still confident either way. It's been a great week, whether I catch another fish or not. Definitely had some opportunities this morning to have a pretty good bag. Just they didn't stay hooked for whatever reason, and that's part of fishing, man. But thankfully, I've had a really good week so far. Fished very clean to this point, and because of that, I did make the top 10. And on the 4th day is not the worst day. But we still got a ton of time left. I mean, yesterday at 1:30 or 2, I only had 3 fish. The second day at 4 o'clock, I only had 2 fish, and both those days I weighed in a pretty solid limit. So plenty of time, and all it takes is getting on the right in the boat and still have a shot at this tournament. So very confident.
Keep the spirits up there despite a challenging day.
We got to see him Lake Martin live just at our last Elite Series event. Just overall great, well-spoken individual that's willing to teach and learn. You could tell, Davey, that he probably has a good reputation as a guide when he takes clients teaching and explaining.
I called him to get a scouting report for that college classic at Watauga last year, and he was really good.
Seth broke off a 2.5 pounder about 30 minutes ago. Said it wasn't a real big one. May not have weighed a lot, but it was a real big one.
Yeah.
Unofficially a pound 15 back.
Yeah. He's got space for it in the live well right now, for sure.
You mentioned that fish might bite again. Talking to Buddy Gross when he made our top 10 the evening before, he said that he weighed in a fish that had broke his jig off, came back about an hour later, caught the fish, could see nothing but his line coming out of the fish's mouth.
Wow.
So it can definitely bite again, especially this time of year when it might be spawning and protecting the bed.
Like Iaconelli, I think we've seen him around here before.
Got us here, in all honesty. And the last 2 days I've stopped here and caught spots that have helped us, and yesterday filled our limit. So come back here just to see real quick. I was closer to this one than running way up. So I figured I would come and check this. And if I can get a keeper, it changes the day. It'll dictate the day if I can get one more keeper in here. So let's see what happens. Problem is, this isn't a big stretch, you know? So we only got so much water here. Once you get to that lock wall, it's off limits, so.
Yep, that place helped him get into the top 10. Let's take a look at his top 10 day here on Championship Sunday with Michael Iaconelli. Bringing the excitement as always.
Finished up the day yesterday on the main river, the main waterway. Started out that way this morning. Put a couple in the boat on a chatterbait.
It's working. Let's go! My Cropolis Spalmortis. There's one big one.
Felt like a lot of fish were pushing his chatterbait today, just waking it, but not getting it.
So maybe they were bites with a
able
chatterbait.
to get this one to bite in a different location.
Like woof it.
It might seem exaggerated, but his explanation of the way it feels was exactly right. When you're fishing, you're like, what was that? I didn't hit anything. It just died for a second, and now it's back.
Seventh place, 7 pounds, 2 ounces back. 3 more to go to a limit.
Bless you. Come on.
He's had it. That's his security detail, right? They've been with him all day.
Yeah.
1 or 2 of these 2 Canada geese right here.
I think the geese are on security detail. Maybe not his, but nesting security detail.
Yeah. They're also here to keep it dog-free, keep the area dog-free.
Yeah, yeah. Spotted bass on the main waterway. A lot tougher to come by today. A lot less current than there was yesterday. Wind direction, a big part of that.
Holding my breath. I feel like it's gonna happen, but.
He's going to soon run out of that spot. He'll be up on the off-limits area, as he indicated there. So maybe something will happen between now and then. Let's get back to Dakota Ebare. Dakota Ebare with a 4:10 30 minutes ago.
Dude, to start, I feel kind of froggy again. I'm not gonna lie. I've been seeing this frog down here on my flowboard and I've been thinking about it all day. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna tie that bad boy on. It's getting pretty warm. It's nice and sunny. I think I'm around some bass. Let's see what we can catch one on a frog, maybe.
First floating frog we've seen today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess in 2 days. We didn't see one yesterday, I don't think.
No, that's right. That was the day before with Pate.
Yeah.
He had the black one.
Caught a lot on it on day
Pake and Polly
2.
on day 2.
Yeah. But they didn't even, or we didn't ever see him even fish with it yesterday, which I think was probably smart, as cold as it was.
Menendez threw it this morning under those overhangs.
Pop-R.
Oh, it was a pop-R. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. But it was.
Yeah, it was a top water.
But yeah.
Back over to John Garrett, where that southeast wind is full on. And he is hooked up.
I like to hear that line. Yeah.
There we go. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, look at that rage bug. As deep as you can get it.
Good one there.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a good one. Finally, yes. I flipped and flipped and flipped, spinnerbait, and I finally hit that wood real hard. Just plunk, hit the wood and it came over. That's a good one.
John Garrett looking up for the moment.
Last 45 minutes, we've seen definitely the 2 biggest fish of the day.
So that's exactly right. That's about when it heated up yesterday.
When Christie has a lead and then starts as quick as he did, we thought it was game over. And boy, it's gotten quiet on that front for a little while.
Oh yeah, much closer right now. Good stuff going on up there at the top of our leaderboard and just below it. The Mountain Dew Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway Bassmaster Elite is sponsored by Mercury, by Skeeter Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops. Well, thanks for being here with us on this Sunday, almost Sunday afternoon, local time here, Central Time, in East Central Mississippi. And Oklahoman Jason Christie, the man hanging on to that lead there, started the day with a bigger lead than that. It has been cut into considerably by the likes of Seth Feider. I mean, he was sort of fishing sort of head-to-head, face-to-face out there in their starting spot, a pond here not too far, away from takeoff in the Columbus Pool. Dakota Ebare with a 4:10 in the last hour. Certainly changed his fortunes. He went from a guy with just 1 keeper in the boat to a guy with some good poundage in the boat and three spaces left to upgrade. Full jolt.
So important to understand the big picture. Seth Feider a couple short of a limit, and Dakota Ebare 3 short. A couple 2-pounders for either one of them, and they'll be leading.
Yes.
But a 4:10 from Jason Christie would kind of put a dagger in their plans.
Oh yeah, that would shut down the noise quite a bit.
We could pretend that one just never bit. Be the same result. Yeah. He came out, swiped at the swim jig, flipped in there 20 times, he didn't eat it.
Feider deemed it one of those events. Whoever catches the biggest bag today will win the tournament, and we have no one over 10 pounds on Bass Track right now, so it's absolutely still wide open with 2 hours left of the fishing day, or 3 hours left of the fishing day.
So he just missed one on swim jig again. A little while ago, he missed one and pitched in there, and that's the fish he broke off. Here we go. Ah, missed him again.
Oof. What was that? Little bass, maybe?
Spawning bass. Let's hope it's a 4-pound spawning bass.
Looked awfully skinny.
Rock on, Big Daddy.
All crazy that time. I don't know if he's gonna come.
Jason Christie ready to make a move here. See where that leads him.
Davey, we have 5 of our anglers today on that east section of Columbus Lake, and you know, the first 2 days we had probably at least 40 guys moving around in there, and then yesterday several. What do you think of the prospects of more nice-sized fish coming out of there today?
They've caught a lot of them. They've, you know, we like to say beat it up, so to speak, but it's still a big plus if you only got a few anglers in there today, and those fish will have a better chance than they've had all week to set up and be easier to catch. Here we go.
Little bitty. Should keep though.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Number 3. Number 3. Little guy. Every one of them counts, bro. 1 pounder.
To your question though, Such, it's when the water this shallow and so much wood, stumps, obstacles in the water bumping around, if someone comes down the shoreline in front of you, even if they don't catch a fish, they're disturbing a lot more so than in other scenarios when you're just going down a bank and it's 10 feet deep and you're not bumping into things constantly. So it's a big plus that the boats just aren't there going up and down the shoreline, whether they were catching them in front of you or not.
And the temperature has just risen over 70 degrees, so.
Because you see some of those drone shots where Christie's fishing along or whoever, and the silt trail behind them.
Oh, they got a cloud following.
Just them. So even going back behind yourself, like Davey's saying, that's a 30 minutes before it maybe settles out, and then the fish even start to get more comfortable to be back right there with it in their face.
I think Seth understands how close he is. I think he feels it more so than Dakota. Dakota knows he got a shot when he caught that 410. He had to have someone. But I don't think he has any idea if he catches 3 2-pounders, he's definitely
in the
leading this tournament. Here we go.
Dang gummit. Dude,
I got a good look. Is he a keeper?
Yeah, the problem is, he's not going to keep.
Real close.
Dang gummit.
Real close right there.
That's how we got his 13 and a half inch.
Yeah. Sure.
Hey. Cool bite though, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, when we keep getting bit, we're gonna get us the limit.
And Dakota says, dang it, but not because he caught a fish, because right where the edge of that grass, that's got to be a 3-pounder. Like that's the spot a good one should be. And when it's a non-keeper, Davey, you're worried that, did I catch them all, or are they not showing up to these spots today?
John Garrett, 8th place.
Oh. Little bitty one.
Excuse me, 6th place for John Garrett.
Oh, my Band-Aid came off.
Yeah, he caught a 3-pounder just.
Yeah, that's right.
A few minutes ago.
Would have been his keeper, his 5th keeper right there. Could have been the 2nd angler to join Jason Christie with a limit today.
He said a little bitty one. It might have been a keeper.
Couldn't do that again. No. I don't know. I might have a first aid kit in here. Ooh, I don't know if I can throw this thing in the wind.
John Garrett has kept all options honest. You can look at the number of rods on his deck, and I think he's used every single one of them.
Got too many rods out.
Yeah, too many rods out.
Fishing on here into the afternoon, Championship Sunday. The afternoon starts pretty much right now. The Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series is underway, and we got a big tournament coming up April 18th and 19th from Northwest Louisiana, Shreveport area, Caddo Lake and Lake Bistineau. Spots available. You can register today, hit the QR code, and get involved in it. The Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. We are now in the afternoon officially here with 3 hours left to fish. And Championship Sunday, the 2026 Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite from the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway, Columbus, Mississippi. It's been so much fun kind of discovering this place. Never been here with the Elites before. The Elites, most of them, except for a very select few, have ever been here before in a competition setting. But it has been interesting to watch them figure it out as best they can, not under exactly perfect conditions all the time, but certainly a good time of year.
There we go.
Another one for John Garrett.
That will also work. I didn't even know I had one. I'll be honest, I didn't know I had one. I just flipped that thing in there and I picked it up like I'm on a stick. I pulled back and it's a nice one. Pretty. Usually when they get all those red spots on their gut, usually means they are about to spawn. All those marks right there, it's usually what that means. Here we go.
Overall, being highly efficient in this small little back end area that he's at there in the Columbus Lake.
Still waiting on the swimming lizard to.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's going to be the ace in the hole, isn't it?
Here.
Another one. They're just not big, but it's a keeper, I believe.
I thought he was swimming in urchin when all that black stuff came in on the
Number 4.
on the bait.
A little fatter one, pretty one.
It's surprising you don't see.
1 pounder.
I'm sure somebody did it this week, but do they not bite it if you don't have the scope on them? Is that what makes them pursue urchins?
It might
if
be
it's
the only.
best bait, when you're looking at one,
single one.
Why not flip it without
Oh, for sure. That's a good question. I definitely think it's like a. I would never throw that unless I saw it work on my, like,
They crushed it
in open water like that.
But why?
Huh?
But why not?
No, I'm saying it's it's one of those baits. Like I would never throw something like that at a stump. But then when you're throwing it out in the middle, you being able to see it on your graph, you don't care what your bait is as long as it's confident. And so them not being able to look, I don't know.
So my question is, like, if you can see the bass, that means they won't bite a lizard, but they have to bite an urchin type bait.
I don't think your question has an answer. So I have no idea how to answer that.
I don't have like the koi bait, like the one that everybody says is the one.
Oh, yeah.
Not everybody, but a lot of guys. So I would, you got to have one to flip it, but a lot of these guys have them in their boat. So why wouldn't you try it here? Maybe some
did in practice, and I don't know.
I mean, it's like as weird as it would be to see somebody rigging a bait like that if they were allowed to use forward facing.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Well, you ask and you receive. You shall receive, David. The lizard is about to hit the stage.
It's lizard time. It would be so fitting if our winning angler would say the 6-inch lizard was the key to his success this week.
6-inch
Haven't heard that in 25 years.
Yes, said nobody in
swim
decades.
Jig and a 6-inch lizard is wild.
Yeah, so back in a pretty familiar place that we've been later in the day. Kind of just coming in here to try to catch a big one and a limit at the same time. I hung around the area that I felt like I could catch a great big one this morning. We had a few bites, most of them just wasn't getting it, but it was very challenging to get a bite today, more so than I expected. But we caught one nice one, not a great big one by no means, but a good one for this place, and then a little one, and came in here, and we've been fishing for 30 or 40 minutes and caught 2 more small keepers. So we're gonna work it out and hopefully get a few more bites and want them to be a great big one. I was gonna leave if I didn't get some bites, but I've had 2 and they both got it. So hopefully that's a good sign to things to come.
This area has produced a few fish for him every day. It hasn't been his main place, but it's kind of finished his limit out in here.
That's right. Come in midday and
I know my
afternoon.
freaking hands are killing me. Dude, that finger is burnt. I mean, you can't even use it for bait. If you cut it off, I wouldn't use it for bait. It's rough, real rough. Burnt, is what I would say.
I've had my fingers sore from catching fish and the bass's teeth, rubbing them, holding them up so much. But I don't think I've ever heard anyone say it's so bad if you cut my finger off, I wouldn't even use it for bait.
That must be the bottom of the scale right there.
A few years back, Dave, I saw somebody holding bait, John Cruz, and his hands were beat up. There were little cuts and nicks and abrasions and all over his hands. I thought that's probably a pretty good feature that you really need to
get away from us,
use your hands a lot for bass fishing. And they get chewed up.
I've never had anyone be able to really explain it. Some places you go, I've heard the diet that the bass or what they're eating has effect with, but some places their teeth are a lot stronger, longer, more abrasive than others. Some places, if you catch 10 or 15 bass a day, it's no big deal. You don't even hardly notice it on your hands. And in some places, your hands will be raw if you handle that many fish.
Well, when you catch fish in the Sabine or the Tin Tom or Winyah, places connected to the Gulf, those are some working man's fish. You know there's some blue collar cuts on your hands. We've been talking about finding key spots, key areas at the Tennessee-Tombigbee, and I've got our Lowrance C-map feature here, and this is the old school way of looking at a topo map, Tommy.
Right.
The slightly different shades of blue with the lines, and you can read that, okay, maybe this area is going to be a little shallower, maybe this area is a deep drop off. But with the shaded relief, you can look at this traditional view and then toggle on the shaded relief. And you can, when you toggle it back and forth, you can start to see those shallow areas, the red spot, the red is the high spots, that's the shallowest areas. Whereas you may wonder when it's 1 foot contours, is that a drop off or is that a rise? And you keep an eye on it and it's a high spot. That's where it gets a little shallower. You could go in the same deal and look back from this main creek channel where it swings along this bank and swerves into this creek. You can see that there's kind of 3 low spots in this creek there. The darker blue where it's surrounded by yellow and green. And so when you're looking for these little pockets, maybe some deep water, near shallow water, you see in between this island and the bank, it drops off to 20 feet down in here. And then this whole back pocket, it's shallow, you're up in the corner of a bay, but it's actually got plenty of depth right near shallow water. And so you can look and say, hey, this is ultra shallow in the red, and I can see that naturally with some topo, especially if the depth 1s and 2s to 5 feet's there. But when you look at the colors, you can really see some areas pop. And when you're trying to break down a vast area that's got similar depth, you can see exactly where some of those shallowest spots and where some of the deeper spots are just based off the colors that you choose to sort your stuff by. So deep water, not far from the shallow water here in Columbus Lake, and it can make all the difference from some of those guys like John Garrett, some guys like Polinick we saw that are fishing back in place, Pake South, a little deeper creek, a little deeper canal holds a lot more fish.
The enhanced topo there. Handy, handy, handy. Jason Christie hanging in there, but not by a whole lot. Seth Feider fixed that a little while ago, and Wesley Gore trying to get in there. John Garrett been moving up the leaderboard slowly but steadily through the course of this day. More to come. We'll be right back. Yep, we're into the last 3 hours of fishing here. Bassmaster Elite Series, Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, 3rd stop of the year, the Mountain Dew Bassmaster Elite. Very interesting journey through the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. Jason Christie started this day with the lead after having gained it. On day number 3, had a good lead. It, stretched it out even further to almost 5 or 6 pounds, but then Seth Feider came roaring back. Wesley Gore hanging in there. John Garrett has moved steadily up our leaderboard today. Dakota Ebare has caught a good one, put himself in a position to jump up farther. And Tucker Smith also going from 8th, I believe, until 6th place today. We will start out with Tucker Smith as we give you, treat you to the Toyota Midday Report. How about we put it that way? Show you what's been going on out here. And Tucker Smith has been proving himself out here. He can catch him no matter what the restrictions are.
Yes, Tucker Smith said he loves to fish shallow water cover and power fish. He called it the Alabama Shake this morning. He certainly has fished a lot of days in the state of Alabama. Tucker Smith with a good start this morning. He moved up from, you're right, I think he started out this morning at 8th place. Yep. Moved up, caught a few fish early. It's just kind of been slow and steady for Tucker, but still plenty of room to move. He's one of those anglers below the 5th place this morning. I felt like was going to have a 4+ pounder. Dakota Ebare is another one who started where we knew he would have to have a good one, and it did not happen for him early. Spent a lot of time out on the main waterway this morning trying to get a few fish in the box. But then this happened when he got back in backwater areas.
That big son of a gun.
4 pounds, 10 ounces on a white swim jig. Gives him a chance. Still only 2 fish in his live well, but man, if he can catch a few 2-pounders, he could be leading this tournament.
And what's good for Dakota Ebare not catching them on his way down there was it gave him the freedom. I got to go down there again. Right. If he would have got distracted, maybe he doesn't have a 410 and his ceiling is much lower.
Yep. John Garrett making moves surely up the leaderboard today. Garrett,
video, dude.
A slow start just like everyone else, and dealing with some small-sized fish and undersized fish, but started to turn the tables just a little bit in the last 2.5 hours, and he has moved himself up that board from below the top 5 into the 4th position as it stands right now.
I think he's only the 2nd angler, Davey, with a limit today behind Jason Christie.
Yeah, you could tell yesterday he was real disappointed. He was one of the few anglers going into yesterday said, hey, I caught fish all day long on day 1 and day 2, and he struggled yesterday to catch what he caught, but today looks like he's more on track with day 1 and day 2.
After 2 smashing first 2 days of this tournament, Wesley Gore has been a bit on a downward trend ever since then, but hanging in there, doing what he can. He's not been catching them at a steady rate and not had any size shows up, but he's doing just enough to keep himself in that top 3, and that's very important.
Yes, he certainly is. Day 1 and day 2, he caught a couple good ones early on within the first hour, especially day 2. We had that camera with him and caught a 4 and a 5 pounder in the first hour. He's not been able to do that yesterday or today. Going to need some late day heroics.
Seth Feider and Jason Christie were set up for a big battle within earshot and eyesight of each other in this pond in the Columbus pool here, and that went on for a while. They had been splitting that water all through the day number 3 action, but after slow starts for both in both places, both eventually moved away from there. And the move was especially good for Seth Feider's fortunes.
Absolutely. You look at that fish there, put some pep in his step. He knows he's got a chance now. He needed that fish to give himself a chance, and he's already got it in the box.
Jason Christie starting with the lead today, the guy with the target on his back, that's for sure.
Solid fish to start with, using a spinnerbait early this morning. Really was ahead of the game this morning compared to every other morning in this event, but boy, it has stalled out in the last hour, or actually last couple hours for Jason Christie. Like you mentioned, Tommy, he did move out of this area that's been so good to him and Seth Feider. Caught a fish or 2 since he's left there, but they've been basically the same size, just 14-inch fish. I think he's going to have to upgrade, but the good news for Jason Christie is he's left what is his best area And probably will stay away from it until about the last hour, hour and a half of the tournament to go back in there, and hopefully a few of those females will have moved up.
And we got to remember, it says 52.5 and a 612 limit. First one's half a pound low for sure. And he doesn't have some 1 pounders. He's got some 1.5s.
Yeah. And Garrett again. Catched him steady the past couple hours.
They're in there, I think. We're just hanging there. There we go. It's a little upgrade. Now I wish I'd have put tags on them.
Let's back out to Jason Christie.
Well, we've been outside the hole for probably about an hour and have not had a bite. Like I got to go back in there. It's just, I mean, sometimes I told you, you come out just to know that you want to be back there. I'm going to go about another 100 yards, and if I don't get a bite, I'm going back, and it's either going to happen in there or it ain't. Just think about like when the Open was here, how tough it was the last day. Just the amount of fishing pressure and stuff. And I'd hate to stay out here and spin around and then get beat by a little bit. You get beat by a lot, it's all right. I really feel like if I got to grind, I need to grind where I've been grinding. Just wanted to come out here for a little bit and make sure that it wasn't easy. Doesn't seem to be. I'm sure somebody's probably saying it's easy, but not easy for this guy. Just one bite though. I mean, that's why I came. I was like, if I can just get one 4 or 5 pounder, go back in there whenever late in the day and catch some.
Funny what he said, that you might have to just leave that area to make you realize how much you really want to be back in that area.
Yeah, that grinding place got him 5 keepers, so that's more than what he's gotten out here.
And if I'm gonna grind, I might as well grind where I've been grinding.
I'm getting bites in there.
It all looks good. This looks just as good as where he caught those fish.
Sure, it looks very similar.
Dave, you gotta like it when the demons in your head are correct, or prove you correct afterward. You start thinking this and that. Do I move? Do I go?
Yeah. Even if he doesn't catch another fish, so I think it's smart just to let that area rest.
Well, Garrett's last fish got him over 10 pounds. He's 112 back, but he's got a 1.4, so a 3-pounder could get him right near Christie. And Feider's 2 fish shy and 2 pounds back.
Everyone always expects a decision you make to be a positive, immediate outcome, but sometimes not catching them there steers you back to the correct thing you should be doing. And that short-term success you may have received would have been your ultimate downfall later.
Here we go.
Ebare hooked up.
Oh boy.
It's not a big one. It's a keeper. Captured me another keeper. Two? No, he's 2.5.
And still with 2 to go to a limit, that's a pretty strong position to be in right now, where he stands and where he's been fishing.
Gosh, it really looks like his chances are good, but then you think about he's got that lock time. He's going to miss basically an hour of fishing.
Yeah, that's right. Man, oh man. All right, Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. That's the third of our fantasy games with B.A.S.S. And all you got to do is pick the winner out of 7 matches, each based on a different theme. 7 head-to-head matches. How could it be easier? Just pick the winner and all 7. Really hard to do that, as turns out. Turns out to be one of the more challenging games, but I think you would enjoy it. The T.H. Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge.
Well, it's been old guy fishing slow and patient, being thorough with a loose flipping stick and 20-pound Seaguar line and a Strike King game hog or some other kind of Strike King soft plastic. I started very slow. I caught 2 in one of my primary areas, and I just didn't feel it. Left and slid into a very special little spot and went ahead and burned it down and managed to catch a 6-pounder in there along with 4 of the good keepers. So hopefully some more will come back into that area. It's been feeding itself every day. The fish are clean and nice and they're pre-spawn in there. So we'll see, but very good day on a high bluebird day with a lot of wind. 6-pounders are hard to come by.
Mark Menendez, Iron Man of bass fishing for sure. It's great face for the sport of bass fishing, well-spoken, and does a lot of work in his home area in efforts to fight invasive species in places like Kentucky Lake, areas like that. Great to have him doing well here. It hasn't done so well today. Today's been his big struggle. And we hope that he can turn it around, get some fish in the boat here before too long. But he's been around. He knows you don't leave anything. You want to go where you think you can catch some giants on this day, because everything goes. Anything
You got to go for
this day. Yeah, you got to go for it.
He is 3 shy of his 300th B.A.S.S. entry.
Yeah, started in 1991.
91.
Fishing
up in a tournament near St. Louis up there.
Since 1991. That's a long time.
Jason Christie still on top. Dakota Ebare and John Garrett now starting to challenge, putting himself in a position should Jason Christie not be able to catch him when he goes back to his original spot. As he said, he's just about getting ready to do. That's maybe a little ahead of schedule, sounded like to me. A lot of things to play out before we reach check-in time.
I don't think he's gonna make the cut. About 13 inches.
I think he's gonna quite make 14.
Yep, 13 inches.
Look. Catch him bigger.
Part of it. We're trying. Eventually, we'll get a bigger bite. Yeah, he wasn't coming off. Today, it's been tough, but we need one big one, and I'll feel more happy about the day. We got 4 fish. We need one more fish to get 5. But I mean, we're just fishing around hard, and we're about to run back to some places we had some bites, see if there's some more fish that pulled up. But right now we're just kind of fishing some new water, trying to catch some. Y'all stay tuned. We might get a big bite here towards the end.
We intend to stay tuned. We will keep our eye on all 10 of our anglers out here today. Congratulations to them, by the way, for being the best at dealing with a brand new playing field.
Seth Feider and Dakota Ebare. Because they don't have a limit, a 2-pounder for either one of them will give them the lead.
Likely give them the lead, yeah.
John Garrett's right there, but he's got his 5 fish, so he'll need a good 3 or 4 pounder.
Must be. 3 boats just took off that way.
Seth with 7 pounds and 8 ounces right now. I suspect he thinks he's maybe a little farther back than he actually is.
I totally agree with you, Tommy. Same with Dakota.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
I don't think either one of them have any idea that they're 1 2-pounder away from leading.
No.
And still be short of a limit.
Yeah, that's how tough it's been out there today.
Surely Jason Christie's not going to leave a door cracked open like that.
No.
That you could be short of a limit and
no way Jason would do that. No. Things are tough all over.
Yes. I know they were concerned about it coming into today, whether there were more fish to move up, and I think seeing both of them leave there tells you they are definitely feeling like maybe they've just caught most of the catchable bass in that area right now. Take 2 fishermen like that going around and around, and a couple hundred, I'd say 200-300 yard stretches each for 3 straight days. They're gonna deplete the population more often than not.
They've shown those baits to a lot of fish. Those guys are machines.
Oh boy.
Let's check in on our leader.
Back in the hole. It's gonna happen or ain't here. I went outside and checked just to see if they were biting, and I never got a bite. So if I'm not gonna get a bite, I'd rather it be in here. I may call it stubbornness, and it probably is, but I just got nowhere else better than I'd rather be. So that's the reasoning. I know we'll get some bites. It's just, are we gonna get the winning bites?
I'd like to know if their agreement to only fish a certain area continues through once they totally leave. Like, you don't even know if Seth's coming back.
That's right. Did that void it when they both left?
Yes,
I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like it was just for like it's a till we get situated for the day type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a because then they crossed each other earlier yesterday and then turned and went back. And then at a certain point it was they came together again. Christie's like, I'm out of here, you know, type of deal. Yeah, I feel like if you fully leave
on the final day, I would think.
Yeah.
If you leave, then it's all game.
It's like when we're both in here, if we both stay in here all day, sure, it's divided. But
I don't
when
know.
people leave and both leave, Feider left and didn't even know Christie left unless he saw him drive by. And
right.
Let me take a little break before we turn that.
All right.
We will too.
Take a breather and get ready for the final push, maybe. Over 2 hours time, fishing time left. Of course, Jason Christie, Seth Feider. Folks in the Columbus pool can fish a long time.
So you got 5 guys basically within 2 pounds and change?
Yeah, I mean, we got, it's still a wide open, you might say. But Jason Christie on top for now. We'll step away and be back real quickly. The Tennessee-Tombigbee. Side of the Mountain Dew Elite on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Stop number 3. We are getting close to the final 2 hours of Championship Sunday. Things are tightening up at the top of the leaderboard, the top 4. All within, let's say, the top 5. All within 4 pounds. That's tight.
And Seth and Dakota within 2 pounds, and they're both short of a limit.
Short of a limit, so what they catch goes right to the bottom line. They can change the whole landscape with one swing.
Playing, and then he just turns it on. It's like, toom, toom, toom. It's amazing how good he is at it. That's him.
Come on now.
Hey, we're going to scales.
Yeah.
How about that? Got me one. Not going home empty. Got me a solid 1.5 pounds. How about that? He weighs 110. That's what he weighs. Still got time to catch me 4 more little fellas like that. How about that? Finally, 1 o'clock, 12:45. All right, pitch over and catch another one. Well, maybe there's a little life left in me. Still should have brought that drum, put him in the boat.
I once pulled up on a night on, like, I don't know, it must have been there, I don't know what they were doing, but it was probably about 14 feet of water, crystal clear there in the pool. And I'm pulling up.
You don't have to say.
Christie going for his 9th Bassmaster win. Dakota Ebare going for his first.
There's a chance we hit a tree.
Sounds like there's about 20 of them singing. Yeah.
Word of warning for the camera person there, who's vulnerable to the shocks, the natural shocks of getting across the water here in certain spots.
Appreciate him giving that warning. Wide open on a trolling motor, hit a tree with probably throw you out of the boat.
Mm.
If you're holding a camera on your shoulder.
Yeah. Looking at an eyepiece and not the rest of the world doesn't help your balance much either.
So, Ronnie, Tommy, does Christie win if he doesn't upgrade?
No.
I don't think so either.
Oh, I thought you said if he does an upgrade.
Does not
Oh,
upgrade.
no, does not. No, I wouldn't think so. That's just.
He's got too many people
Yeah,
that are one swing away from taking the lead.
And
if it was one
Ebare's
person,
got 2 fish to fill a limit. Like, yeah.
You're saying the winning fish has yet to be caught.
For sure.
Yes.
And that's still saying Christie
might
Christie's
win, but I think he's got to upgrade.
Christie's only fish that he would be just. Christie doesn't want to weigh any of these 5 fish in. But
well, he's got one.
But that one that's
solid.
2.5 is like acceptable for him at this point. And he's got 4 fish that he definitely wants to get rid of.
We got 2 hours.
Yeah,
Most of our field, not just minutes away from takeoff. So that's a lot of fishing.
But the Dakota's Achilles heel may be he's only got 1 hour.
Right. He
to try to
he
catch
has spotted
two
the
more
field
bass.
that. So.
Tucker's saying, "Don't forget about me, guys."
Now look, I'm just down here in 6th, not that far back.
Maybe.
Number 5 cut his 4-pound, 10-ounce deficit.
I don't know. It's going to be close.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
He's a keeper.
Oh, yeah. He's 14. Let's go, number 5. Yeah. He's a line burner, but he's 5. Now time for the bigs. Yeah, I mean, just caught number 5, wasn't big, but gives us a little confidence to go look for some big ones now. I'm gonna go fish this grass for a second, and then I'm gonna go fish some, that place where I caught that big one yesterday. There's some places around that look just like it. Some grass points. They've got some deep water near them. There's not many bites there, but if you get one, it's gonna be big, so about to head that way here in a minute.
Uh-oh. When it's this late on the final day, you see that, where are you going? Which angle are you going to?
Uh-huh.
About time for his upgrade. Definitely help.
That'll help. Yeah.
Not by much, but it'll help. Back to the hole. Never should have left the hole. I'm gonna try to get spots. Can I get right there?
how careful and deliberate he is. Tell this is not his first rodeo.
No, he knows how much mere ounces can mean to the final outcome. Final outcome won't be known until we start the weigh-in at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 Central on Bassmaster.com. It's right here. We're to start now. It'd be Jason Christie on that hot seat, and you want to fade the heat. You want to stay there and take it, and be the one on the hot seat at the very end. Championship Sunday. We're getting to the last couple of hours of fishing time for these 10 anglers left on this day who've done better than anyone else at adjusting, making their efforts work efficiently here on a new playing field. The Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway here. Jason Christie, the man on top right now, started with a lead of about, a pound and a half, pound and some ounces, and stretched that out to about 6 pounds at one point. But the others have gained on him. Dakota Ebare right behind him. John Garrett, Seth Feider. Boy, all of those very dangerous. Don't count out Wesley Gore either. So it is tight, and we got a hard one going on here.
Tommy, we may have a pretty diverse top 10 here as we're bringing it to the Bassmaster Studios. We got Jason Christie, Seth Feider, Iaconelli, and Menendez. Those are all the older of the top 10. They didn't fish in college, but the other 6 anglers, Tommy, we all saw their fishing ability at the college series ranks. Guys like John Garrett at Bethel, Cole Sands at Bryan College. You've got Tucker and Jordan both at Auburn. You also have Dakota Ebare at Tarleton State. You also have Wesley Gore from the University of Montevallo. And that brings me to the Hook All-American list. We had a high school All-American forever. We have introduced a college All-American team, and it really honors not just guys who have the potential, but they put it out on the water and prove the results. And it's based on team of the year and specific trail team of the year. So angler of the year for for each division and overall, and then the college champions. And I got a team that I'm going to go ahead and stamp them already. They won at the Kissimmee Chain and turned around in the second stop of the same division and won at Sam Rayburn. So they've gone 2 for 2 in 2026 in Bassmaster College Series tournament wins. Garrett Ring and Trace Antunes from Montevallo, absolutely fantastic start to their season. Definitely on the short list for the Hook Bassmaster College All-American program to go and win at 2 iconic fisheries like that, neither in what you would call your home state or your home fishery. A fantastic start for Garrett and Trace. I'm going to go ahead and put them, hey, if we hear them in a few years in the Opens and the Elite Series, don't say we didn't tell you so. They've already done it in the College Series twice this year, winning the first 2 of their trails. So short list for the College Hook All-Americans. Garrett Ring, Trace Antunes, 2 for 2 in big wins this year.
Good work. UNA getting some headlines.
That's Montevallo.
No, UNA also getting some headlines.
Oh, yes, UNA at
North Alabama producing a classic champ. Montevallo had the other classic champ the last 2 years.
And I would look back through the All-American predictions last year, and I had Dylan and Carter Nutt as my shortlist prediction at the screen last year. They didn't follow through on it, but they followed through on some bigger ones too.
They did all right.
They took care of themselves. Yeah. It's all right.
There's your leader. Back in the place where he started the day, back to the place that gives him his confidence, where he built his big lead yesterday.
Caught one a few minutes ago and said I should have never left. I don't know about that. He got the demons out of his head just going and fishing somewhere else for an hour and not getting a bite.
Right.
Still got lots of time because he's fishing only 2 minutes away from check-in.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He got a free ride, didn't he?
One thing you notice about Jason Christie when he's swimming a jig in his vegetation or throwing a spinnerbait, he does not make long casts. Even in super shallow water, the fish could be spooked really easy. He takes his time and makes very short, precise casts.
Third place by 3 ounces, Seth Feider.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh. That's gonna tighten things up.
It's close to being a new leader there, I think.
That's a tread too. That's a retread for sure. One more. Let's go, dude. One more big one. Skinny, but I'll take them. I love them right now. Love you. Let's go. Come on. One more big one, dude. Stick a 5-pounder right here, right now.
Or 4.
If that one was 2, he is your new leader.
I mean, he's got
that fish is definitely 2 pounds.
Of the 9 fish between Christie and Feider, Feider's got 2 of the 3 biggest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cole Sands trying to see what he can see here. When the action was over there.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There you go.
I think so. We are on that 14-inch pattern today for some reason. I think that's definitely a 14. Ooh, that's a 15 1/4. We got a kicker, boys. Ain't much but a honest work. 112. What about them apples? Yeah. A fine Tombigbee specimen. Look at that thing. A little black on its lip. You got to admire every fish you catch here. You don't catch just a whole lot of them. So you just got to really take it in. Hopefully there's a female. That one bit like it was on bed too. It just bit and took it out. Just grinding away, man. Really feel like I'm going to get another big bite or two by the end of the day. Just really would like to get a limit in the boat. We're only one away from that. And I'm going to keep doing this for a little bit longer with this drop shot. I mean, this is how I caught almost 15 pounds yesterday. But I'm going to go drag me to Carolina Reef through some patch stems here in a minute. It's just something I haven't done. And just something kind of told me to do it last night. And you know, I think when you get those feelings like that, you should listen to them. So I'd like to get number 5 doing this and then just go experiment. But it really don't matter. Like I said, I'm in 10th place, so I've got nothing to lose. So I want to finish out this bank, hit one more bank, and then just go try something new. I actually started to see a few cruising in the last little bit. I saw about a 4-pounder back there and another one that might have been about a 2. I don't know if it was a bass or not. It looked like it, but might be some starting to want to get a little froggy.
Well, that last one went in from Seth Feider, is right on 2 pounds, has him an ounce ahead of Jason Christie.
Emotional roller
He
coasters.
is your new leader right now.
You go hours without a bite and feel like quitting, and then you get a bite and you get all fired up and ready to go catch another one. Catch a 5-pounder, dude. That would be sick. Yeah. Probably more than one on that point right there. We're gonna hit that again before the day's over. That was just like the prettiest looking little point of grass matted up, just perfect. Nice and shitty, held it down. Here I stay.
Seth Feider now, you see, currently first place and still 1 to a limit. So pretty strong position, you might say right now. I think that music says a little bit about his efforts today.
Yes, it does. When you mention Seth Feider and he's only got 4 bass, you wouldn't think that maybe he's power pole replay today, but he is.
It's a big one, dude.
Because he got off to a good start.
Get in here. Fish.
Started in the area that's been so good to him and Jason Christie. Did not catch anything there. Made a decision to leave and immediately put a couple fish in the boat. That being the biggest one, a 4-pounder, and that's why Seth Feider's power pole replay of the day could be, might be, not sure it will be the winning fish. Power pole
Certainly
replay
a candidate.
Yes.
Candidate at this point.
Yes. Your power pole replay today on Sunday, you're definitely a candidate.
Yes.
Boom.
Yeah. Down from Minnesota. Riding high in Mississippi. Seth on top. Jason Christie now with Ebare, Garrett, Gore, Tucker Smith, Lee. Jordan Lee we haven't seen much of today. Iaconelli we haven't checked in with a while. Cole Sands and Mark Menendez on the board, all on the board here in Mississippi.
I think for a guy to win this event, you're going to have to make some adjustments. Anytime you're on a river system, I mean, these fish, based on current, based on the weather, they change, and you got to be able to adjust to that. You know, typically the time, I mean, you can pretty much mark it on the calendar. You start seeing pollen, you start seeing some of these trees bloom. These fish are spawning, and no matter what the water temperature is. So the moon's getting full, and what that's going to do is it's going to probably move some fish, more fish come, and that's what I'm banking on.
Yeah, Jason. And then these others need the moon to get full real fast here. Make a big push in the next hour and a half would help.
Well, we've seen 2 important catches the last 20 minutes. We saw Christie cull an upgrade and Feider cull an upgrade. That's why they jumped back and forth within about a pound of each other. Both of them catching what we'd call a 2-pounder or so, culling out a small one for Christie and getting a 5th keeper for Feider.
4th keeper, Ronnie.
Or his 4th keeper.
Yeah, he's only got 4.
Yes, he's still one shot.
Yeah. Okay, he's still one shot then, yeah.
It was like a
Ebare's
basketball referee going back and looking at it and say, no, he was outside the 3-point line. Not Seth Feider, but Christie's was put in as a 1-pounder, and we all saw that it was closer
it should have
to
been
a 2-pounder.
corrected. It has been corrected to a 2-pounder.
So that is our amended scoreboard right now. We'll work with that.
Still a little low for Christie probably, and still more room to grow for Feider.
And they could each be half a pound, 6 ounces off on each fish.
Fishing's been a little tougher today than I think most people expected,
Oh,
including
yeah.
certainly myself, but couldn't ask for a better, more exciting ending.
Oh, man.
There's definitely 4 or 5 anglers that could win this tournament with a solid fish, not even, a miracle type fish. Just
3 of those still haven't filled the
just
limit.
a 2.5 pounder.
Yeah. Well, like
Ebare,
Feider
couple
to the bottom of the
2-pounders.
line. Ebare has 2 more to the bottom of the line. Wesley Gore has 1 more.
John Garrett's got our best bag at 10-10, and a 4.5 pounder will get him right there.
Yep. It's a little more difficult when you get to him, but he's still got a very legitimate chance.
We've seen 7 4+ pounders just on Bass Live with the cameras we have. That's not including ones off camera like Menendez yesterday and other things. So we know that maybe this is a tougher place, but fours live here. Wesley Gore's caught multiple.
Yep.
Some of them live here, and there's an hour and a half fishing time left.
Good spot to get one.
Man, oh man, if Feider doesn't feel his limit, that one that he broke off that he saw that was
Ooh.
2.5 pounds.
Whoa.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. Seth Feider just across the pocket from John Garrett.
Run back up. I'm gonna flip that point. I caught that one on, then we're gonna keep it moving.
Man, we are hustling. We are down to the wire. I gotta leave in about 6 minutes. We are grinding away, hustling our tail off, trying to make as many casts with this swim jig as I possibly can. I know that I'm 2 big bites away from having a chance. And it could happen fast. I mean, I caught a 5 and a 4.5 on back-to-back casts on day 2. Late in the day. I'm a little frustrated because I've had you know, the bites to at least have a limit. I'll just keep taking it from them. A little too amped up. Need to go practice throwing a swim jig for the Arkansas River. That's for sure. But it's been fun, and we still got time. I have not weighed in a fish from the Columbus pool yet, but today might be the day, because I'm gonna have an hour to fish when I get back, or 30 minutes at least, probably 40 minutes. We're gonna hustle till it's time to go in.
Well, we talked about since day one, all the options, the opportunities for these anglers to fish 230 miles of the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. So here it is, Dakota Ebare, 2 fish shy of his limit, and the Mercury move of the day for him is going to be his journey back to the Columbus pool. He just said he has not caught he's not weighed in a fish from the Columbus pool yet this week, but the Mercury move of the day for Dakota Ebare will be this journey back towards takeoff and hopefully fill his limit in the last 30 minutes that he has to fish. Gosh, you just feel like you've left a little something on the table when you have to leave your best area at 1:20. Let's see, I think a few more minutes, about 1:30 on the final day. Mercury move of the day, maybe not a good move for Dakota.
Wouldn't it be something if he hadn't weighed a fish from this pool all week and the 2 fish that he needs to weigh them in? Booyah, guys, I needed 12 minutes to fish in this pool and get it done.
He cannot, that Senator Stennis Dam is not going to, lock is not going to work fast enough for him. He is going to be, it's going to be nail-biting time for Dakota Ebare, for sure. All of them. Around and getting ready to round the final turn and pretty close to 4 abreast as it stands right here. Exciting stuff.
The weather conditions changed a lot today. I'm just fishing shallow. This place fishes a lot like the Mississippi River by my house, so I feel real comfortable here. The good place is set up just the same, and that's kind of what I targeted in practice, and found a couple good areas and been milking them for the last 3 days.
Yes. Yes.
Seth Feider, the 2021 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Strangely enough, he's never won a Bassmaster Elite Series event. He's won a couple of limited field postseason events in his career, so if he can pull it off today, that's going to be his first blue trophy. Come very, very close many, many times, though, and had some very important turning points in his career, finishing high but not quite getting the trophy.
A fat one.
Yeah.
Needed that bad.
I said that because I was expecting it just like I think Jason said because he was expecting it. He is a closer. And that, I would think, puts him back in the lead pretty solidly. He'll probably call it a pound 6, but it's more like
3 pounder.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 pounder. It's really incredible if you think about it. All these anglers are really good, but there's not as many secrets as we would want to hope that there is in fishing, because we always want to learn other people's secrets. I mean, probably 98% of people that are watching today knew if Jason Christie was going to win this tournament, he's going to throw a spinnerbait and swim a jig. And you better not bet against him when he's got a chance to win on the final day. Yeah. And we've just seen it unfold. He still hasn't won, but he's in the driver's seat just like he was this morning.
We said with what he had in his live well, he could not win. And since then, he's culled up at least a pound, and then he culled up right there a pound and a half to a pound and 3/4. So basically added 3 pounds to his total in the last 30 minutes after we kind of declared he still has got work to do.
Well, we caught one of those real pretty fat ones. Probably shouldn't have left. Probably wishing that I would have stayed, but we made a decision. I mean, it can happen like just right here. And it could also not happen. But I'm telling you, there's just enough females swimming around. Just got to put my bait in front of one of them. She was out like around nothing. Or nothing that I could see.
He's moving along real slowly, just letting the wind kind of push him along, fishing the outside edge of the vegetation and then making random casts just out in front of him. Like he said, he caught that one away from the grass.
Like you clued us in earlier, something I've been watching all his career, but have never realized he's a short cast.
Yes.
It's his stock and trade. Get your near fish first.
That's one thing real common with in common him and Hackney.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
They make
Plink
very
around.
short little plinks. Just
takes time to wind them back in.
Yeah.
They're out there long, takes more time.
That's kind of the way they're allowed to fish fast but slow. Their boat's not moving fast, but they're covering a lot of water. Boom, boom, boom. They're in a high percentage area with a lot of possibilities. They don't have to physically move a lot, but they're pew, pew.
When he last won on Chickamauga in 2022, I wrote that he has a victory. He's had 8 of them then. He's won every 12th bass entry. He's had 1 win for every 12 entries. Yes.
That's
Well, 8
incredible.
wins in 98 events. He's gone 38 events without winning. That's been 2022. That's his longest little stretch.
When did he win, Sabine?
21.
It was 21 the year before, in the Classic in Chickamauga in 22. Of course, 21, it was St. Clair was in 2017, but he started really piling them up then.
Yeah, he's got the number of elite wins up there in company. Like we talk about obviously Van Dam leads the charge, and you've got the Polonics at like just elite series wins, not career wins before like just since 06. He's up there with guys who have fished twice as long as him on the elites. He doesn't have that long of an elite track record compared to how long the elites have been around, and he racked up major wins a lot faster than most guys do. So you put him in the age category of guys who've been on the elites since 06, but he joins in 13 and afforded them 7 years of tournament history before him, and he matched them win for win real quick.
Ahead of most.
Ahead of most.
Yeah.
There's only that's what I'm saying. He's in that 5 category of the Polonics, the Ikes, the Evers, the Reeses, the Van Dams, that Hackneys that have won 5 or more type of events. Martins.
Yeah, active winners. I got Christie, Ike, and McClellan at 8. Polnick at 7, Hackney and Walters at 6.
And that's total wins, not just elite wins.
Right.
Active anglers, I think.
Yes.
He's the real deal.
He is the real deal.
Too, by the way.
That's a real deal right there. He's
or she, I don't know.
Yeah, they are. Watch how fast this guy moves right here. 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah, they can.
Whoa!
Uh-oh. That's the last guy that tried to mess with him. Right there. That's what's left.
You can tell it's Championship Sunday.
Yeah.
Showing the Crocs.
Showing the Crocs.
That's
Crocs
great.
and Gators. Good stuff. Jason Christie, good stuff right there. Key upgrade in the final hour and a half. You're getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. Seth Feider, Ebare, John Garrett, those 3 still very much with a chance to get it done in the final hour. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Mountain Dew Elite from the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. Getting close to the end of our coverage, our live coverage of this Championship Sunday. And man, oh man, a lot of business to be sorted out before the 3 o'clock check-in time for these 10 anglers here. Let's take you down. Michael Iaconelli. Haven't checked in with him in a while, sitting in 8th place, as far as we know.
Here it goes. That's her. That's her. No. Oh, it's gonna be close. Come on, make it. Come on, make it, you fucker. Oh, God, never coming off. Double hooked. Maybe. Please, God, please, God, please. Yeah! Yeah! I'm talking about! Yes! 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 Who's the grinder? I'm the grinder. Yes!
Much needed keeper there from Mike Iaconelli.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, right. Much celebrated.
Yes.
That's 4 days worth of limits on the Tennessee-Tombigbee. Not an easy feat.
Not easy to do. That's a good point, Ron.
So he is the flaming horse grinder.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to call
Year
it.
of the horse.
Flaming
Don't
Year of the
ever
horse.
forget that either, Ron.
Got on the phone and got to Chuck Harbin, the assistant tournament director, and I called Chuck. Nope. I called Chuck. I said, dude, call the law, call the game warden, call the law, call whoever you want to call. But I'm pressing charges. He says, well, I've already talked to the guy, and he said you were the aggressor. I said, no, I don't think so. I got witnesses. I've got my marshal. I got that touches there. Let me get my super duper measuring board and the official one, and we'll see.
By golly, there might be two keepers.
But he got through the switchboard to Chuck in like 10 minutes.
Reference. He's not talking about anything this
Set
week.
two on the water about right to fish.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was
Waterton, New York.
the St. Lawrence River. Chuck Harbin. That's the giveaway timeline-wise. We missed Chuck. Chuck's been away from the Bass tournament director circuit for a good long while. But yes, that's what he was talking about. Funny how you just talking, telling stories on a championship Sunday at 2 o'clock.
You got a bunch of them built up in
About 10
61,
years past.
fishing for
We
35
just
years.
Stay hooked up till the end. I mean, literally catch a 6-pounder and 5-pounder. Change everything. I feel like I need to throw a spinnerbait over here, but just I've had a few bites on this swim jig in the last little bit, and just wonder if they've seen it or felt it too much.
Seth Feider again, still 1 to a limit, 2 pounds, 11 ounces back, unofficially.
Nail biting time right now.
Ooh.
Important to sneak up on them. Kind of is, but there's nothing I can do here. Water got too shallow.
A 212, and he takes over the lead.
They don't jumped right there.
Right to the bottom line.
Yeah, you look at the little yellow lines under their name. Feider's only got 4. Jason Christie he's probably caught 8 or 9 keepers today.
Jason has,
Christie.
yeah, I'd say.
2 culls for sure, so 7 at least.
Should have took Matty up on his offer. He's like, I got a spot if you need to catch a keeper.
I think he caught one that was a keeper that he didn't even just.
Yeah,
he just
I'm like,
kinda
nah,
asked.
I'm good. I'd be there right now if I knew where it was. That just looks too muddy there. I don't know what Cole's doing.
Seth's going to crank up the big motor and make a hop here.
Heard him say, I don't know what Cole's doing. Cole Sands might just going to be fishing in the area and not have any idea that
Yeah, you stumble into
the boundaries have been laid.
That's right, yeah.
It's almost like Jason Christie heard us. He had not had an upgrade in 3 hours. And we all agreed that he would have to upgrade a little to secure a W, and he, in the next 15 minutes, upgraded twice.
All right, we were figuring the Dakota Ebare would be running at this time. Not quite yet.
Guessing he had a minute to stop and fish some rocks.
Yeah. 2:05, the gates close. Maybe a little quicker today because, you know, 2:05 was the time when you were going to have 40 to 50 guys doing it, but maybe a little longer today.
Ooh. Look out now.
He gonna keep. Oh, he might be.
Keep?
Yeah, that's
He
a
might.
keeper. That's a keeper.
Oh yeah, he's a keeper.
Ah.
We're here every day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Straight to the bottom line, and he's still
there.
1 pounder.
Snipping away at that lead. Feider needing to do the same thing and look out.
Boy. Stay pegged. Stay pegged. Get in here. It ain't much. It ain't much.
Attaboy.
It's a keeper, though. See? Blessings in disguise. I was going to go where Cole was.
he was there. I said, hey, we'll come over here. Yes, sir, 15. Okay, we got that one tiny one to get rid of.
Golly, dude. Well, and what a time to run out of our allotted time for our live coverage of Championship Sunday. But that is the case right now with just a little over 1 hour's fishing time left. There's some block time ahead for the likes of Dakota Ebare. Seth Feider now has filled out his limit. Dakota Ebare still, I believe, has one more to go until he fills out his limit. So whatever he catches next goes right to the bottom line. Boy, man, it is tight. Too tight to call right now. Wouldn't dream of making a prediction, but still Jason Christie on top. He's the one who's got to fight him off, and nothing stopping him from catching another one in the May. He's in the Columbus pool. He's not far away. He can fish till pretty much the last very few minutes. Oh man, a lot can happen in this last
Nail
hour.
biter. It's going to be a nail biter at weigh-in. This is certainly one you'll have to tune in to see who wins, especially because Dakota only has 4. Anything he catches goes straight to the bottom line, and like you heard Feider say, he's got a very small one in there.
Weigh-in starts 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 Central. That's exactly 1 hour from right now, right here on Bassmaster.com. Should be a good one, should be a tight one. We'll see you there.